Rocco. I hate beginning my 2-minute statement with, why can't we all just get along? I went back and viewed several videotape meetings between November 2020 and December 2022, and I felt a deep embarrassment for the district residents. Don't get me wrong, I prefer boards that disagree a lot. If you get the members to discuss the basis for their varied opinions, there's often a whole lot of information, good information, put in the open. Information that may not have been available if the board was always agreeing on everything. There should be, though, certain times that the board can all agree on an issue. One of those was my idea to pray for rain. At the November meeting, I wanted a motion to pray for rain. I thought, there's no way the board won't agree on that. Everybody wants rain. Well, maybe y'all thought I was joking and nobody took my idea, but this failure perfectly defines the current board. It appears that regardless of how innocuous a motion may be, the current board can't find anything about which they can agree on. Oh, all the directors say that they agree that they have the residents' best interest in mind, but they can't come to an agreement about what actions constitutes best for the residents. It's my understanding that Linda is positive the district residents would benefit by replacing all current vendors and putting her hand-picked vendors in their place. And poor Hanoi, he will be asked to be the tie-breaking vote on every non-unanimous motion that comes before the board during the next 2 years. Hanoi, a brand new director who has no hands-on experience with the district's business. Later in the meeting, Hanoi will be asked to be a tie-breaking vote on whether or not to continue Linda's period of censure. My thoughts on the subject have no bearing on the outcome, but I want to say that I'm for anything that has the residents' best interest in mind, but not just any single director's definition of best interest. A definition that has a lot of different thoughts put into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt Cloker?
Hi, this is the first time speaking, so I didn't even realize there was a 2-minute limit, but anyway, I was speaking with respect to the park rule changes that were adopted on the 12th of December. In particular, the annual fee and for residents and for non-residents being $215 for our non-resident plus a $35 initiation, $250. That wasn't communicated, didn't know until it came January 2nd and to try my card at the gate and it's locked out. I've prepared a one-page summary of suggestions and so on and sent to Stephanie Reese. I expect that hopefully those can be passed on and don't expect necessarily that they be changed today, but we consider more reasonable fee structure for non-residents and a increase in the limit of guests per card holder to 3 guests versus the 1 guest that's in the currently adopted rules. And then third and most important is really there needs to be better communication of sudden rule changes such as this, where you don't just find yourself locked out of using facilities. So I think that's it. And as I said, I have a one-page suggestion on rule changes and more than willing to get those to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was our last speaker. So we'll close citizen comments portion of the meeting. Moving on to agenda item 4, which is rules of order. And I believe, Mr. Evans, you have some things that you'd like to say about that as an introduction.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Good evening, directors. I spoke with Director Dudo earlier this evening and asked that I no longer reside, so to speak, at the dais with the board. I did so at the request of the former board president, and I was happy to do that. But quite frankly, I think that my doing so has presented opportunities for people to lodge frivolous complaints against me at the state bar. Ms. Fobbs filed 3 against me at this point. A couple of her constituents have filed complaints against me as well, under the pretext that I'm somehow directing this board to do things, or I'm somehow making policy decisions for y'all. It's just not true. I don't do anything with respect to policy other than advise y'all, and any decisions that this board wants to make are yours to make alone. So going forward, I'm not going to engage in commentary with the directors. Going forward, I'm not going to engage with audience members who are interrupting the proceedings. If a board member wishes to raise a point of order, they may do so. At that point, the person who's talking, or the people who are talking, should bring their comments to a close. I will issue an opinion according to the rules of order that y'all have adopted, and it will be up to the chair to either sustain or overturn my decision. As with virtually everything in these meetings, if a majority of the board wishes to overturn the decision of the chair, that is the prerogative of the board. My biggest piece of advice tonight, and I don't actually see our deputy on hand, but y'all adopted rules of order, but there's members of your board and your audience that don't seem inclined to follow those rules. And if those people will not follow the rules and respond when either I or the board chair inform them that they're violating the rules, perhaps they will respond to a law enforcement officer with a badge and a gun. Therefore, my advice to this board is to direct your deputy to stay in this room, to have him remain vigilant and follow directions of the chair who y'all elected to lead your meetings. What we saw at the end of the last meeting is not unique to this board. It's not unique to this district. I know what was happening before I got here, long before I got here. I know that y'all were having marathon meetings long before I got here. So it's not me who's created your problems. It's the board's issues. The vast majority of what y'all are going to talk about tonight has nothing to do with parks. It doesn't have anything to do with water, wastewater, stormwater. It has to do with petty, personal, partisan politics. And that's what you all, and when I say you all, I mean taxpayers, that's what you're spending money on. And so anybody listening tonight, anybody watching, I want you to keep that in mind while you're watching these board proceedings. There's nothing on this agenda that has to do with a resolution of censure or interactions with directors and consultants that we should be spending time on. But this board hired McGinnis Lockridge to be its attorney. I will continue to do so, and I will continue to do so to the best of my abilities. But again, if there's a member of this board who wishes to raise a point of order, he or she needs to state as such, inform me that they believe a rule is being violated. I will make a determination, and once again, if the chair wishes to sustain that my decision, that's her business. And if a majority of the board wishes to overturn the chair's decision, that's the board's decision. That's all I had to say. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Director Cobb, I believe this was your agenda item.
It was.
Okay, would you like to introduce it?
Yes, I have reviewed this resolution, and I found a few areas that I think could make this board run more smoothly, more efficiently, and with less interruptions. And I did put it in the shared drive. It's agenda item number 4. And I don't have editing tools, so I did the best I could, but I have marked on every page what I think would benefit a productive meeting. And I'll just go through them briefly. Let me see. I have placed in the packet changes that I'm recommending to the procedural rules of order. Most notably, in the interest of neutrality, I am recommending that the provision on page 5, section 2.4, item D, that enables the president to delegate his or her responsibility be stricken in its entirety. To further position the board to be run by 5 elected members, on page 8, section 4.1, I've stricken the role given to the general counsel to be the board parliamentarian and identified that role with the president or vice president, whomever is running the meeting. And that was what got me into the resolution of rules of order, was that particular thing. But I figured if we're going to amend the resolution, we should probably hit all the high points. So on page 1, the inability, the resolution to be directed how to vote does not sit well with me. There is a legitimate reason to abstain from a vote, and it could be that I don't have enough information to make a reasonable, informed decision. It shouldn't, there is nothing that says it should be a matter of law. So as we're moving down this, the changes, everything that I've highlighted in yellow, I'm suggesting we strike that text. Where you see red are words that I would like to introduce into the already listed items. I don't think we need to go over all of them, but I'm happy to discuss any one or any reasons why you think this might not be a good idea. I do want to point out that the order of this board in section 2.6 regarding the minutes, it clearly states in our rules that the minutes will include the final motions with votes. That has not been happening. My abstained votes have been recorded as no. I understand, although I can't find it in here, where they want to be counted as a no vote, but they need to be recorded as I give them. When I abstain from a vote, it's for a legitimate reason.
Okay, that's your 3 minutes.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I motion that the board president will serve as the board's parliamentarian and the, oh, and I don't need to do the rest of that motion. And identify changes made to the resolution.
I'm sorry, just for the sake of clarification, your motion is to adopt all the revisions that you drafted in this file?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion, Director Flores.
Yes. There's a lot of changes that I think we need to kind of discuss and go through together as a board to make sure that it's what we're looking for. I don't think voting on all of it is going to happen. I think there's going to have to be changes that we put in our opinions on what and should be on there and what shouldn't be on there. So I just think that we either hash this out tonight and kind of allow each other to discuss it openly and not limit our time and have an open dialogue, or we table this and everybody comes with their own what they're looking to change on it.
Are you finished?
Yeah, that's.
Okay. Director Avila?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I agree. If we're gonna, I mean, I just don't feel comfortable voting on all the changes, for sure. I mean, if we're gonna discuss, it's gonna be one by one, and, you know, for sure, we're gonna have to ask legal counsel for any of these changes to see if they're.
I'd like to table it until we have more time to fully discuss it all.
Okay. I just have a few comments. I'm not comfortable removing Mr. Evans as parliamentarian, and I think that with the current changes that Mr. Evans suggested, I see no reason why he shouldn't continue in that role. He has a lot more experience in parliamentary procedure than I do. I'm perfectly happy with him keeping a copy of Robert's Rules of Order at his house and not mine, and I I think that his experience with the legislature is valuable to us. With respect to the abstention rules, the reason that the rules were changed, the way that they were changed, in my memory, is that when we had them the way they were in the first iteration of the rules of order, where you could abstain and then you had to give your reasons for abstaining, that option was being abused, in my opinion. Directors who abstain from voting every so often, that makes sense. But when you are abstaining from votes multiple times in a meeting, or at least once every meeting, it becomes problematic. I think that, for one, it gives directors an out that none of the rest of the board is then able to take. You can say, well, I didn't vote on that. It's also was being used because when you abstain from a vote, then you got to give your reasons, and that was being used as an opportunity for that director to get more time to speak than the rest of the directors were getting, and to sort of have the final say. And also, it makes it hard for us as a board to move our business along. If we have directors just abstaining from voting because they haven't prepared for the meeting, or whatever the reason may be, and we don't get the votes necessary to move the action forward, we just have no action, and then nothing happens, and that's no way to actually get the business of the district done. So I understand that sometimes it is nice to be able to abstain, but it was changed for a reason, and I support that reason. I'm going to try to stick within my 3 minutes and just say really quick that in 2021, we met for a total as this board in open session for 100 hours. Just in open session, that doesn't include closed session. We were meeting over the course of the year an average of 8.5 hours per month as a board in open session. The second half of the year was a little bit better. We got it down to 5.5 hours per month. This year, since we have put the rules of order in place, we are meeting an average of 2 hours. Now, why does that matter? As Mr. Evans said before, these meetings aren't free. When all our contractors who bill by the hour to be here are here, we are costing the taxpayers $860 an hour for them to be here. So if you look at the difference between a 4-hour, it's my time. Okay, let's call the vote.
Director Jones.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Can we restate the motion?
The motion was to adopt the amendments to the rules of order as presented by Director Fobb.
No, that wasn't my motion.
I'm sorry, I asked for clarification, and that's what I thought you said.
That was the end of my motion, that was
Okay.
correct.
Okay, if you'll rephrase it, I'll be happy to correct it.
My motion was the board president will serve as the board's parliamentarian, and then adopting the remaining changes. But I would like to modify that motion to be just that the board.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna interrupt you here because Mr. Flores seconded your motion already, so there's already a motion on the table. So if you want to amend your motion, I see no issue with that, if Mr. Flores wants to continue to second it. But if y'all want to go through another round of debate based on what that motion is, that's up to y'all. Okay, so just want to kind of clarify that.
Then I amend the motion to be that the board president will serve as the board's parliamentarian.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to suggest that we do not debate that one again, and that we just move right on to calling the vote.
Ms. Jones, would your vote stay the same then?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Avila?
No.
Ms. Duda?
No.
Ms. Fobb?
Yes.
And Mr. Flores?
Yes.
The nays have it,
No,
Madam
that was not
That,
the way that it was stated, that was not the way to state it. I do want to debate that further.
Okay.
What I'm not in agreement with is accepting all of the changes all at once.
that,
I am wanting to discuss further the issue with the section of the parliamentarian, right?
I did amend my vote to be just that.
Okay.
Just that piece.
Right.
And Megan didn't want it to.
So in that case,
That's
yes.
So do we
I
have,
do want to discuss further with that.
All right, let's back up the train, folks. So, Ms. Fox, you amended your motion strictly to have the board president serve as the parliamentarian, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, and Ms. Jones voted no on that? Okay.
Correct.
Okay,
Just-
Mr. Avila, does your vote remain no as well?
Yes, further discussion.
Okay, Ms. Studo, your vote remains no?
Yes.
Ms. Fobb, your vote remains yes?
My vote is yes, but I think Hanoi is confused. He thinks there's going to be further discussion.
Let's back up to that, let's come back to that since we've got a vote in session. And I see Mr. Flores holding up 2 fingers, which generally means no,
No.
but.
Sorry, I had a question.
Okay,
So we are voting on the amendment, correct?
so you're voting on the motion by Director Fobb, which is to have the board president serve as parliamentarian.
Okay, because when I was reading Robert's Rules of Order, and you're the expert on this, not me, I'm just learning how to do it, that when there was a motion amended, we vote on the amendment, and then we discuss the motion that has been changed, and then we vote on that. Is that the way it's?
There is a reason I don't put forward Robert's Rules of Order to my boards, and that's because that book is this thick. It's absolutely unnecessary for a board this size, and so Robert's Rules of Order do not dictate how y'all run your meetings. The rules that the board adopted do. If the board wants to consider going by Robert's Rules of Order, I'll be happy to become a subject matter expert on it. I'm absolutely no expert in Robert's Rules of Order, and would never claim to be. So if that's something you want to bring forward to the board in a future meeting, Mr. Flores, it's actually your prerogative. But for the time being, I still need to make sure that your vote is a yes for the motion that we've been voting on, or the board's been voting on thus far. Are you still a yes?
No, still a yes, yes.
Okay, very well. All right, the nays do have it. Now, that said, Madam President, I believe Mr. Avila indicated he would like to further discuss the item.
That is correct,
on
yes,
that item? And Madam President, I defer to you as to whether or not you want to entertain that request.
Do we have 3 directors who would like to continue to discuss this item?
I'd like to hear what he has to
I'd
say.
like to hear what questions he has.
Well, I'd like you to point exactly as to the reason, point where you want the amendment, and then further discussion as to why you think we should do that.
The parliamentarian thing?
Right.
Okay.
And I think you did it briefly. I just kind of want to hear your logic and reasoning behind it.
I think that the person that runs the meeting needs to be the one that's directing the activity and the actions and the votes and the whole thing. I just think that if you're the president of the board, then I think the responsibility to run that meeting is yours, and that includes the parliamentarian role. That's the way I see it. And it is on, I highlighted it.
Page 5, I think, correct? Or does he?
Mr. Avila, I confess I forgot to start the timer, so I'm going to cut it down to 2.5 minutes. I think we've been debating for 30 seconds. Is that fair to you?
Yep.
Okay, very well.
My file lost its yellow, so I don't have that here. Oh, thank you. Yes, it's section 2.4D on page 5. I just wanted to strike that whole thing and add that to that spot that the board president will be the parliamentarian.
Well, I mean, the attorney just mentioned the fact that, he have decided to basically, take a different approach, right? Reading briefly out of Robert's Rules of Order, and I know we haven't adopted that completely, it is my understanding that the president should preside over meetings, right? And that should be the responsibility of the president to do. My issue is to have a district attorney playing the role of somehow the president of a board, and then at the same time being counsel. So I just kind of see conflict of interest there. So I would rather have you as a president to really bring the order and lead this accordingly. So I mean, I feel much more comfortable you doing it than actually the attorney doing it. Because you are the president. We assign you as the president of this board. And I think we all should be committed to respect the position as the president and parliamentarian of this board. So I don't see the reason why having an attorney that should serve as counsel taking the role of the actual president. So I mean, I don't see a reason why not to change it. That's my opinion.
Madam President, can I respond to Mr.
I was going to ask you.
So, as Director Caduto alluded earlier, I cut my teeth in the Texas legislature, you know. So, what I was briefly an expert on was, in particular, the Senate Rules of Order. I was the co-editor on a Senate rule book for a couple of sessions. But I'm sorry, can we all just agree to waive the 3 minutes for the time being, unless and until y'all want to impose it again? Okay. My point being, if you go flip on C-SPAN and watch Congress, watch the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, or heaven forbid you're left for punishment, flip over and watch the Texas legislature, you'll see that the parliamentarian never says a word on microphone. It's really not the role of the parliamentarian to dictate whenever a point of order should be raised. What should happen is a member of the governing body should raise the point of order, state the rule that they believe is being violated, look to the parliamentarian, the chair looks to the parliamentarian for a ruling on that if she so needs. If she believes that she needs advice on it, she can solicit advice on that ruling, and that's how it should go. So, in other words, you should be governing yourselves. And again, I sat at the front of the room at the request of the former board president. I've done it on a handful of other occasions and over a decade of representing local governmental entities, and it's been in extreme circumstances and very, very rare. So I concur with Mr. Avila as far as the governance and operations of your meetings are concerned. There's really no reason for me to be up there, but the very first meeting that I did attend after the board voted to engage McGinnis, I did, in conjunction with, in communication with the former board president, state, would you like me to preside so you can see how the rules of order can function and be imposed? And if you go back and look at that first meeting, it was pretty darn quick and pretty darn efficient that everybody was adhering to the rules. And so it really was not my intent to stay up there, so to speak. And so that's why I visited with President Dudo earlier and said, I'd like to return over to the side with the rest of the consultants and let y'all conduct your business. So I concur with your position, quite frankly.
Director Jones, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I think that we've said that. I still would like to table it for a few months, just to see how things go, because you've just started. I think that's fair.
Okay, let's see. Neither of you spoken on this round, is that correct?
No.
Okay, Director Fab, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I think that tabling all the other changes in here that you might need more time to look at or digest, I'm all for that. I don't see any reason to postpone the parliamentarian role to the president. I think that's an easy one to accommodate. It's not like Zach is leaving the room. He's right there. If she has questions, I'm sure she'll ask, and I'm sure he'll answer. So I don't think there'd be any harm in doing it. I think it would be a great start to getting this new board off to better footing. And so, Hanoi, if you would like to make a motion to do just that change, I will leave that to you.
I think I feel comfortable with the way you've proposed it, so.
But you already voted no on it. So I'd have to make the motion again, which I'm happy to do.
Okay, let's,
You can go ahead and make your exact motion again.
okay, let's just
Okay.
finish discussion, since now we're back in discussion, we're kind of going back and forth and back and forth. So, Director Flores, did you have anything to add to the discussion?
I think that we do have to come back to this. I believe that there's some changes that have to be made. One in particular that raised concerns to me was the amount of time that was given to each director. It never used to be like that. We were able to speak, have open dialogue. And I get that we want to have efficient meetings, but I also feel that by doing that, we are limiting the voice of the directors. So I would like to see it go back a little bit or get a little more time to the directors so we can discuss, because 3 minutes comes quick. We all see that, sometimes we get cut off mid-presentation, mid-sentence. So, but as respects to changing the parliamentarian, I'm okay with that going forward.
Okay, I certainly appreciate your vote of confidence. I guess from my perspective, I saw the role of the president in leading the meeting as distinct from the role of the parliamentarian, and we haven't really experienced that for the reasons that Mr. Evans described, but I do think that moving forward, my view is that the parliamentarian is sort of a support role, not the person running the meeting. That would fall to me, and it would fall to me to keep order, but it's a supporting role to kind of help with ruling on issues where there's a question about what is the proper procedure for this.
The language is very vague. I can kind of get it where, what is the definition of parliamentarian? Because, I've heard from many sources, the confusion of, just kind of seeing it from the last meeting. My concern was, I think we're in a conflict of interest for many reasons, whether because you're sitting here and perception from the community, it's different from what you're actually seeing, right, or what you're explaining. So my concern is that, we sort of keep this very clear that she's running the meeting, she's presiding as a president, and by you staying there, maybe serving as the person to maybe defining that would probably help.
Yeah, if I equivocated earlier, my apologies, but what I was trying to explain is that I do think it's appropriate for your attorney to be the parliamentarian, but exactly as you say, it should be much like every other consultant in a consultation role. Again, it's just not normal for the attorney to run a board meeting, it's just not the way things go. But again, you have new board presidents, and sometimes they be dipping their toes into the water, so to speak, and so I will assume that role if asked. But I do think that they're two distinct things, as Mr. Avila says.
So is there any way that we can amend something in a way that's a little bit more clear, that where it would allow you to continue to be the parliamentarian per se and define what that is, so that way there's no misperception where the attorney for the district is actually running the meeting? And I've heard that a lot. So I think if we can clarify that, it's important. There's a lot of rules and stuff that she's very new to the position. I get it. But I think that needs to be clarified somehow with a footnote or something. Again, it's perceived as, the district attorney is acting as the president of the board, and that is not the case. But again, perception is a different thing. So if we can clarify that a little bit better, maybe changing the wording to where it really means what it is, right? So she presides and you counsel, correct? So that's just my perception.
I think, Mr. Avila, one of the things that would help in revising the rules would be the provision under 2.4D. I know, Ms. Bob, you mentioned 2.4, I don't remember which subsection you brought up a minute ago. But the provision relating to the board designee, again, it's subject to the vote of a majority of the board, as to whether or not the parliamentarian serves also as the board's designee. And we use the board designee because I was designated to lead the meetings. That's why I use that verbiage. That's what I've used in other districts and whatnot. So I think from what I'm hearing from you and from Ms. Fobb is that it's that portion that seems to be creating the confusion as to what my role is supposed to be with this board. And so I'd be happy to work with one or both of you to bring back to the board next month a revised set of meeting rules of order that one, if not eliminate, certainly refine the board designee provisions. I think that's thing one. And thing two, as you said, Mr. Avila, is to perhaps define the parliamentarian's role specifically. And we can crib from other institutions out there. We don't have to do this from scratch. There's definitely places we can crib from. But again, y'all's prerogative. Yes, please.
So what I'm hearing you say is that you're really still the support to be able to help answer and give the information when she doesn't have it. So that would what the parliamentarian would do. So that's why I'm saying I think it would be nice that we table it for a while, because I don't think that's where any of us are yet as we're starting with a new board.
Right, I agree with you. I think we ought to, allow the attorney to maybe describe more what the differences are, so that way, because like a board designee to me seems like you're acting president by authority of the board. That's what I read. You see what I mean? And so if we can maybe clarify that in a language that allows the public to really understand what a president is and what a district attorney is and what are the roles, then I'm all for it. And I think we got to put some thinking into it, maybe some legal research. I don't know what the case is. But I want the president to be the president and act as president and have the authority of the president within, the requirements of the law. That's all I'm looking for.
So I guess I need some marching orders from the board as to
I'd like to
what
make a
your
motion.
quotas are.
We're not going to motion it
President, I'd
again,
like to
are we?
make a motion.
We already did that.
To create an ad hoc committee of Mr. Avila and Director Fobb to work with council to get this done, to go over
Not yet.
what Mr. Avila is looking for. It looks like they both have most interest in this.
I'll second that motion.
What was the motion? I'm
I've
sorry,
got-
Mr. Flores.
So,
Create
Mr. Flores, so I've got a motion by you to create a committee comprised of Ms. Fobb and Mr. Avila to review and revise the rules of order. Is that a fair description?
With your input
with
for that board
help of the
designee.
council.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. We're working with the district.
With the
attorney.
council.
Can you propose to add the president to that? Because that means she's the one that's, I would assume that everybody wants her input on that, since we're going to be describing that, so.
Yeah, so you're gonna run into quorum issues with
That'd
that.
be right, you're right,
Yeah.
you're right, you're right.
So if y'all wanna do a committee and you want the board president to be involved, then I would advise you that it needs to be the board president and one of the other four.
I agree, I don't, yeah. So maybe
But we do
Linda
have a
and the
motion and a
president
second on
could
the
be-
table though, so
They can't.
if y'all want to debate or otherwise.
Okay. Do we need to debate this? Or can we just vote on it? Or,
I mean, why-
or do you want to amend your motion based on what was just said?
I'll be trying to do it.
I'll amend it to, I'd like to amend my motion, make it Director Fobb and Director Dudo to work on this. Can I get a second?
Do we have a
I'll second that.
got a motion by Mr. Flores, seconded by Mr. Avila, to create a committee consisting of Ms. Fobb and Ms. Dudo to review and revise rules of order, and working with the district's attorney in doing so. Is that an accurate description of your motion, Mr. Flores?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well. All right. I defer to the board, obviously, I don't want another round of debate, but I would submit to you, you could probably vote with it and everybody could go home happy. Would you like me to call the vote?
Yes.
Okay. Director Jones,
No.
Director Avila,
Yes.
Director Duda,
No.
Director Fobb,
Yes.
and Director Flores.
Yes.
The ayes have it, Madam President.
Alrighty. Agenda item 5. Director's fees and reimbursements review.
So we have Priscilla on again. She's going to give you a report. I've already passed out your, oh wait, I'm jumping ahead, sorry. Did you guys want to go over, is this your old item? 'Cause I didn't
No,
have
ma'am.
this. I didn't have this.
This may have been a holdover.
Is this something you
Are we
guys
on,
did?
we're on 5.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Director's fees,
I didn't put that on.
reimbursements review.
I
didn't
think
put
we
that
just had that on there. We
Just
had that
carried
on there.
Okay.
We had it,
Probably take
Joe
it
wants
off.
to strike this going forward?
Yes.
Okay.
it should just go with the bills and invoices, I would think.
Because
but
I
we-
think this is from whenever Zach was reviewing them for
It is.
the, yeah, it's not, has nothing
Okay.
to do with the actual payment of bills.
Okay, yes, let's move on.
Okay,
then.
that will be struck.
Okay,
Okay, Priscilla's online, she's gonna give your, report, your financials are found in the Google Drive report.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Yeah.
Scales. We have consent agenda next. Sorry, Priscilla.
One second, Priscilla.
Okay, agenda item 6, consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make
I'll
a
note
motion.
briefly, Madam President,
Yes.
that y'all do not have the December meeting minutes to consider as I advised the board previously. So your consent agenda would only consist of items 6B and 6C.
We do have a quarterly investment report? I didn't see one.
I don't know if your financial advisor, or excuse me, if your bookkeeper provided it.
If it's not your financials, you don't have one this month.
Okay, then I guess your consent agenda
Yeah.
consists of 6B only.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
What?
I'd like to pull the payment of bills and invoices from the consent agenda for discussion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, let's just call the vote on that one.
No.
I'd like to discuss it, please.
Okay. The the consent agenda is supposed to,
Can I?
yes,
sorry.
please,
Try to
yes, please.
help out here. So if Ms. Fobb wants to pull the payment of invoices, bills and invoices, and there is an affirmative vote to do that, you're making a de facto vote to deliberate on the bills and invoices. So I would submit to you that that deliberation on pulling it itself is redundant.
Yeah.
So what I think you'll need to do now is an up or down vote on whether or not you're gonna pull it. And that will determine whether or not you are going to debate bills and invoices subsequently. Does that make sense to
Yes.
everybody?
Can you clarify something for me? Because my understanding is it's a motion, a second, then deliberation, then a vote.
And it's also subject to a majority vote, as with everything of the board. So again, if a majority of the board would simply like to vote up or down on the consent on Ms. Fobb's motion, then that's your prerogative.
So I guess I'm a little confused. If I did the motion to pull it off the consent agenda so that it could be discussed, I got a second on it. If you just vote and everybody says no, then what was the point of pulling it off the consent?
That
agenda?
was my point exactly. That was my point exactly.
So-
So again, Your motion essentially is to debate the bills and invoices, the payment of the bills and invoices.
To
But that
discuss.
wasn't your motion. Your motion was to pull the payments and invoices
So that they
from the
could
consent
be
agenda.
discussed.
That's right. But
Procedural.
again, I'm just going by your motion. You basically have a procedural motion on the table. And as we've discussed, procedural motions are generally not debatable. I don't think that's actually laid out in our rules. But again, I'm just returning back to basic rules of parliamentary procedure. Procedural rules typically do not get debated, so we don't have endless debate.
Can you tell me how I would have motioned that in order to remove it from the consent agenda so that it could be discussed?
I think what your motion was perfectly adequate for that purpose, because if it gets pulled off the agenda, you're gonna have to debate it, right?
That
So-
was the point.
I understand, but that's not what your motion was, Ms.
That's why I'm asking you, how would I have made that motion so that we could discuss the bills and invoices?
How about to pull the payment, or excuse me, the payment of bills and invoices and to deliberate them?
Oh,
Is that
okay,
fair?
absolutely.
All right, so I presume you are still seconding that motion, Mr. Flores?
That would be correct, Mr. Evans.
All right, so again, with that said, that turns us into a substantive debate rather than a procedural debate. So, Madam President?
And can you explain the difference and how long could this take based on what we have produced right now?
Could I explain how long it would take?
Yeah. Like, is there a limit on the procedural debate?
That's, again, for a procedural motion, such as pulling something off of the consent agenda, there shouldn't be any debate. Just, it's an up or down vote, yes or no.
Is that part of our actual
Rules?
rule of order?
No,
Is it? Okay.
no. Again, I mean, if y'all want to start following Robert's Rules of Order, by golly, we'll do it, and we will spend more time reading the rules than we will actually having board meetings. I don't know if you picked up a copy lately, but again, as I've just said, essentially, Ms. Fogg is voting or making a motion to deliberate the payment of the bills and invoices. So it's the only thing left on the consent agenda. So normally you still have three things, and so that does make a procedural vote more relevant. But in this case, because you only got one vote, only one item to deliberate, it essentially becomes more than procedural motion. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand her goal by making, because it's clear to me that she's really not understanding like the way to go about the motion. So I'm just kind of wanting to understand exactly what she's wanting to accomplish and do tonight based on her motion. So if you can explain that,
If I could just explain very quickly, the consent agenda was put in place to be able to move more quickly through things that should just be the basic business of the district, so that we weren't just debating things that were just basic business. So the procedure for the consent agenda is supposed to be, we're just saying, okay, all of these things, we've all done our homework, we've done our work, they need to be approved and we're moving on. And so there's not supposed to be deliberation on them. It's supposed to be, it's a yes or no vote to approve them. So when you pull it off and say, no, let's debate it, you're basically, it defeats the purpose of a consent agenda. If it starts happening every month, we should just get rid of the consent agenda and go back to having it as a regular agenda item.
I mean, I get it, but it is a concern of mine that, that a director can't really, you see what I mean? And again, it goes back to the censor, right? And so,
Can I at least explain why I want to pull it off?
yeah, I want to hear.
It's not that big, it's not that much of a big deal. There were a handful that I didn't even get until 5 o'clock this evening. I haven't had a chance to review them. It would be irresponsible of me to vote in the affirmative if I haven't looked at all the bills and invoices. I don't have answers yet to the mistakes that I did send forward and the invoices that are missing. I don't have that yet. So all I'm asking is that everything else that I got 24 hours in advance, I've looked at it, I've confirmed it, I feel good about it. There's a handful that I don't. Anything that was received from noon today till the meeting started, I have not had a chance to look at, and it's not a little amount of money, it's a big amount of money. It would be irresponsible for me to put a vote on a consent agenda when there's a big chunk of that is the bills and invoices, which are almost 400,000 this month. I think the bills and invoices are one of our biggest responsibilities to the district. I look at them closely every single month. And if I have them 5 days in advance, I can work through every issue and get to this meeting and go with the consent agenda. But we have to discuss them with the people who have the errors in them.
Okay, so I feel like we're talking about different things right now. The discussion is supposed to be about the bills and invoices, not about administrative stuff, about when they're brought forth to the board. Those are different issues, so we
But
need
that's
to.
why I'm pulling them off, because I haven't,
I
I got them so
understand.
late, I didn't get to look at them.
I understand, but we're talking now, the conversation is going in like two different directions. So I suggest that if the board wants to talk about the bills and invoices, give everyone their time, and then we can move forward and vote. That's fine, but let's stick to that and not start talking about administrative stuff and pulling in all sorts of other issues that are different discussion.
It is actually the same discussion, and it would prevent it from happening month after month.
Megan, can I say
It's not
something?
a different discussion. Okay, so I'm sorry, I've totally lost track of where we are. Did we actually vote?
No, you didn't.
No.
Okay, we need to vote on whether or not we're going to pull.
Can I say something first?
I'm so sorry. I'm just totally lost about where we're even supposed to be.
I just want to say
Are
that
we
Hanoi and I have already looked at all these.
Yes, I know. So what I need to deal with is the motion on the table. Was it even a motion to pull stuff from? It was a motion. It was seconded.
And no
Y'all-
discussion.
Now we're in
We didn't-
discussion.
Y'all have essentially deliberated the procedural motion already.
Right.
So I think it's time to call the vote.
Yes.
I think we
Call the
deliberated
vote
unfairly
on the-
because I still haven't been able to.
But we're not discussing the bills and invoices, correct? The
We're
vote
discussing,
was
we're
whether or not-
discussing whether we're
Excuse
gonna.
me, Mr. Flores, let me finish, please. We are voting on whether or not to pull them from the consent agenda and deliberate on them. You will have an opportunity to deliberate on the bills and invoices when we get there. First, we need to vote on whether or not we're pulling them from the consent agenda.
Okay.
Okay, we got it?
Got it.
Okay.
Director Jones.
No.
Director Avila.
Yes.
Director Duda.
No.
Director Fobb.
Yes.
Director Flores.
Yes.
The ayes have it, Madam President.
So-
Okay,
So now the payment of your bills and invoices remain on your agenda. I'll just remind the board that the district is subject to the Prompt Payment Act. So essentially, you'll have 31 days to pay your contractors from either the date that work was complete or the date that you receive the invoice, whichever one comes later. So just a reminder.
thank you. Do we have a motion associated with this now?
Do we need another motion, or are we at deliberation stage?
So what you've done is vote to pull the payment of bills and invoices off of the consent agenda. So that means it's unfinished business and essentially is no longer a consent agenda item. So it is open for deliberation, motion, whatever the board wants to do.
I do.
Okay. We will discuss. We will discuss. But do we have a motion to discuss?
I'll make a motion to discuss the bills and invoices.
Mr. Evans, do we need a motion to discuss it?
No, sir.
No, I didn't think so.
No, we absolutely
We can just openly discuss them now because
Yes,
it's,
since Ms. Fogg
because it's
was
off
the
of
one
the-
that
yeah.
initiated the action to pull them off the consent agenda,
it's.
my opinion is that she should introduce her arguments,
Yeah.
get back on track with
Thank
your
you.
standard rules of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. All right, Director Bob. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, for all of the checks that were not supported by an invoice that I sent forward, except for the refund payments to the residents, the constables' paychecks. The only thing left that I have not reviewed that needs a thorough review before it's paid is check 5773 to Infomark for maintenance and repairs. And if the bookkeeper could confirm for me that check 5778 is, the invoice had a total amount of $115.70 and the check has an amount of $106.96. Either we're going to be short on that payment or I don't know what to do. Those were the only two, because I'm willing to forego reviewing the customer refunds and the constable's payroll, but those two, especially the Infomark maintenance and repairs, those are big stacks of invoices and work orders, and they do take special care and time because I have to review them against contracts to make sure that what's in the base fee, what's billable, that kind of thing. So all I'm asking is those two, and are you the bookkeeper?
She is,
She-
but Priscilla's currently on, so.
Okay.
What check number
It's
was it?
5778. I sent this to you guys earlier. The check amount is $106.96, but the invoice total shows $115.70. If we can correct that,
Is it because of sales tax?
no, it's late.
Okay, so
Unpaid
Priscilla,
previous balance.
I don't know if you,
It's on page 24 and 25 of the bills and invoices.
So I have the invoice, and I don't have the invoice in front of me, I'll have to pull that up. But, sometimes it's, we're paying for the balance that is due at that month and not a prior balance, so that could be probably the reason why it's less than the actual invoice amount. But, I wasn't prepared to pull those up, so I will try to get onto Avid and see if I can pull that up.
If she has the same package that you sent me last night,
And then,
it's on page
what are
24.
the questions in regards to the Infomark bill?
I just haven't had a chance to look at
she
it.
hasn't had the chance to look at the Infomark bill, but the bills and invoices committee went through every work order line by line.
Right.
Yes, we did.
At 5 o'clock?
That's your 3 minutes, Director Fogg.
Okay,
I didn't get it till 5.
Director Flores, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I thought, when I was sitting on that side of the table, that there was a motion to get these bills and invoices to directors 5 days prior to the meeting. Does that ring a bell? Mr. President?
From a long, long time ago, I
Okay,
think.
so, I didn't get the bills and invoices until, I believe it was yesterday that you sent it.
Correct.
So, I have a full-time job, I work 80 hours a week. I try to rearrange my schedule for this district, and to receive them a day prior it's really tough to look at everything. I thought it had to be 5 days before because there was that motion out there. But, I need to know if that motion is going to be followed and they're going to deliver on those 5 days. Because I think the 5 days is much needed to review these bills.
Okay, but you
Well,
have,
I mean,
hold on a
the
second.
meeting is not.
Hold on, Priscilla.
Hold on, I would like to stick to the actual subject if we need to, that to me is a totally different issue. We're talking about the bills and invoices, we're trying to get through approving the bills and invoices. So if you have anything to add about the bills and invoices for this month, please, go ahead.
I think I should have received the bills and invoices 5 days prior to this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is that all? Director Jones?
My concern is
Hold on,
that,
Priscilla.
Hanoi and I did go through this with the committee. We did look at all of these. We did approve that, and so I'm kind of wondering, why do we have a committee, a finance committee, to get these ready for people to get paid, and then we pull them? I mean, I trust you. I think you trust me. So I'm having a hard time that these people are going to go home tonight and not have any money
Well, that's,
for another month.
I understand, but I think there are other people that need to look into this and might, I understand that you and I reviewed it,
That's
but I
who's
think if
supposed to
there's some
review it.
issues that are encountered, I think we ought to allow other directors to look at it and bring it up. I mean, that's just common sense. If she has a concern, verbalize it. If there's really an issue, then, we got to fix it. But I don't think there's an issue with every invoice
I
that
don't
needs to
either.
be paid.
And
So
these people need
let's
to be
just
paid.
let's just get paid what needs to be paid tonight. If there's anything that's major, bring it up.
And if it's less than $100, I still think they should be paid.
Well, it's not that I don't,
No, I'm sorry. Are you finished?
So let's get through the issues that she has. Let's try to understand what are some of her issues. And if we can just tackle them here, let's just kind of move on and pay her. I don't see a reason why are you asking to stop everybody's payment?
oh,
Because I
absolutely
wouldn't
not.
agree with that.
Oh, no. There's really, if Priscilla can answer check 5778, that one's good. And then I'm asking that I have an opportunity to review the maintenance and repair Infomark invoice, 5773. I've already sent all my corrections to Priscilla, Karen, and somebody else. Michelle. So all the mistakes that I found have already been sent to the bookkeepers. The only thing that I am questioning now are things that I didn't receive until 5 o'clock this evening. Those invoices were not made available to me, and I can't review that much material in such a short amount of time. I need it in advance. So the only one, if Priscilla can confirm the amount, the correct amount for the Department of State Health Services.
Priscilla, can you confirm it?
Yes, I can confirm the amount. The charges for this period are $106.96. There was a prior balance from the prior period of $8.74, but when we are paying bills, we are only paying the current charges, because that's what our accounts payable department does. If that $8.74 has been paid already, we'll have to double check on that, but when we're paying bills, we're paying what is due for that current period, because sometimes the bills come through and they have, a balance remaining, but that's already been paid. So that's what our focus is, to pay on what is due for that period. And $106.96 is what's due, not $115. That is the total balance due, but not what's due for the period.
That was the timer on Mr. Avila's time, just FYI for the board.
Thank you.
The only thing I can do for you is to eventually, after this meeting, go look into see if the $8.74 was paid. But like I mentioned, we're just paying the current amount due.
Thanks,
What we
Priscilla.
receive invoices.
Okay, so,
Yes. I heard you.
yeah, so what I'm going to say is that this has been, I appreciate that everyone wants to have an opportunity to review the materials before the board meeting, and I can work with Mackenzie to see how much sooner the stuff can be uploaded.
We actually had an at-length conversation about that during the Bills and Invoices
Okay.
Committee meeting, do you recall?
I understand, but I don't expect anybody in this room to trust me, okay?
No,
I'm just saying,
We talked about how
so
we would move the
I'm
data.
all for transparency. If they
Okay.
have an issue,
Okay, if-
let's just tackle it and
Okay,
get it done.
if I could just finish, please. So the issue is that this though is what was happening every single month before, is we were pulling checks out, okay, we're not gonna pay this, we're not gonna pay this, we're not gonna pay this, and our contractors weren't getting paid because Now we need to wait for a whole nother month in order to approve. And we decided before I was off the Bills and Invoices Committee, that the practice of issuing managers' checks outside of a board meeting was not going to happen anymore. So if we don't, this is why we have a Bills and Invoices Committee. Y'all are tasked with hashing through these issues. If there's an issue with timing that we can address, that is something that we can easily fix. However, if we get to this point every single month where at a board meeting, a director or multiple directors are bringing up issues that should have been hashed out in the committee meetings with y'all, and then we're not paying our directors or paying our contractors on time, that starts to be a problem.
Legal.
So that's my issue with what's happening tonight, is if we're gonna now suggest that we're not gonna pay this invoice to Infomark because a single director still has questions about it, that to me is not sustainable in the long term and is not fair to our contractors. I trust that y'all are doing your job. You're working through these issues with Mackenzie. You're looking at everything before the meeting so that we don't have to sit here and spend $860 an hour with our contractors to hash through a single invoice. So that's my concern.
Tommy?
I believe
Question?
everybody has spoken. So, we still don't have a motion, right? We're just deliberating? Just deliberating. Okay.
I have a question for you, Madam President.
Does the board want to continue discussion about this issue, or can we move forward?
Can we discuss first, because I think this is important.
Okay,
You know,
so
I
then
know
let me take
that's-
Mr. Flores' question.
Okay, go ahead.
What's your question?
So, we have a bills and invoice committee, we'll go over these bills and invoices. I think that is all of our jobs to look over the bills and invoices, because you get a set of 5 eyes on it. There's some things that pop out to me that might not pop out to somebody else. Now, I think the problem is that if we have the time, we can look at it. We send the email, hey, we have a question about such and such bill. I'm having a hard time getting a response, a timely response from individuals to answer those questions. So that is, how can we rectify something if we're not getting the communication that is necessary to rectify that? And we can't talk to the Bills and Invoice Committee, because that would be a quorum if we start discussing, maybe I could shoot an email and be like, take a look at this, and I don't know if
That is, correct me if I'm wrong, but if one board member sent it to one person on the committee and suggested the committee reviewed and the committee brought it back to a full board, that's not a quorum problem, correct?
If the committee members deliberated it and then brought it back to the full board.
So David Flores had a question about something, and he said, hey, Hanoi, can you and Beth discuss this during bills and invoices, or whatever the case may be?
And then Mr. Flores has violated the
Okay.
exactly, because he knows that his communication will become a series of communications in which the quorum of the board was eventually consulted. So no, he cannot do that.
So then what,
So-
how am I supposed to be able to take questions from him?
That's why you have subcommittees.
Right.
Yeah, that's why we have some.
So we do, I think, have an agenda item later, maybe, where we can talk about committee, the purpose, function of committees, how do we
I
not?
think that the rules of order would probably be a place to discuss that.
Okay,
But so long as there's not, any kind of super substantive voting by the board on that, I'm comfortable having y'all discuss that other rules of order.
So that's why I think it's important to bring this up in the meeting. If Director Fobb has a question, she obviously can't go to the committee because it creates a quorum. So this is the only time that she has, or any of us have, to say, hey, this is a question, this is a concern. Now, if they're not able to answer this right now and then, it has to be pushed to the next meeting. Or maybe when we talk about our next board meeting, maybe we need to move it up 2 weeks or have it every other week, or that's later for discussion. But that is my biggest issue, that we can't discuss it at all.
Now, I have a question. So, I mean, I'm all for allowing the board, got to be transparent, and I think everybody in this table is, you know, supports transparency.
on Mr. Flores, go ahead, Mr. Evans.
So is there any way, and I'm all for it paying, we've got to pay contractors. I'm not for withholding any money from anybody. But what if we pay and then allow, if there are issues and, you know, and corrections that need to be made, can they be amended after the fact? But can we pay every contractor up front, just get everybody paid? Then you have a month to review previous financials, and then just bring it up and say, hey, you have an error here, you better refund $100 back or whatever. You know what I mean? But I think we got to keep business flowing. What I'm against of is withholding money from companies and people. We can always go back and say, you know, I think you overcharge here, you overcharge there, this invoice, you know, it's missing this, missing that. And then if there's a legitimate reason, then we can work that out after the fact. But I'm not in agreement with withholding money from anybody. I just want to make that very clear. I'm just kind of wondering if you guys, whoever wants to review outside committee, can do it after the fact. I'm just, if that's possible.
I think the lack of communication,
Okay,
They can talk to the contractor.
but the lack of communication between
okay,
contractors and
let's
directors.
not just have open
Well, this is
discussion.
Mr. Avila's time.
He did not ask you a question, Director Flores. Would you like to ask Director Flores a question?
No, I mean,
Okay.
I think that my question, it's a legal question, and maybe for McCancy, can that be done? Can we approve, and then directors that have questions can come the month after and say, okay, I found some of these issues, can they be corrected? And then we can be credited back. Can that happen? Is that possible?
I can say yes, and then also every other contractor would have to tell you.
And if
yes.
they have any issue, they can go directly to you. They have a whole month to fix the issue. But we want to make sure we keep business flowing, right? And everybody gets paid for the job. But I do believe that everybody ought to have access and ask questions when it comes to financial for the district.
It's absolutely legal, 100%, no ifs, ands, or buts. Yes, you can do that.
So I'm for moving and paying tonight.
Is that your motion?
Huh?
Is that your motion?
Yes, that's my motion.
Okay.
And if they have an issue, they can go in and request with McCancy, and then let's get the refunds and ask those questions for the
All right, Mr. Avila's made a motion to pay the bills and invoices. Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
Ms. Jones seconds. At risk of assuming there's no more debate necessary, I'll call the vote if that's okay with the president.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Flores.
Yes.
Ms. Fobb.
I have to abstain because I haven't looked at the last one.
Ms. Duda.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Avila.
Yes.
And Ms. Jones.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Okay. Agenda item 7, review of district
All right,
financials.
Priscilla, you're up.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Today I'll be presenting the December financials. Just keep in mind that at this point in time of the fiscal year, our revenues and expenses should be approximately about 25% of the budget. Right now, total revenues collected for December was $2,246,197. This is approximately about 44%, so we are over budget on our collections. The expenses for December were $1,055,671, which is approximately 20% of our budget. So you're under budget at this time for expenses based on, what is as the average for this time of year, but please keep in mind that legal invoices have not been received in time for December, and also I believe that there is another engineering invoice for approximately $14,000 that needs to be, $49,000 that needs to be reviewed and added to the expenses. We only have expenses with the lift station, and through December, the total expenses is $25,768. Our tax collection, if you look at the tax chart, you'll see that the collections for December were $1,651,000. This percentage is about 69.87%. Compared to last year, it's a little over. Last year's collections were 67.13%. To date, the total tax collections is $1,746,348. The cash report for December, total cash for the district, their funds are $4,224,854.94. I was going to go through, just to point out on the cash report, the interest rate for tech school this month has also increased again. It's at 3.9779%, which is very good for your investments in the tech school. At this point in time, I was going to identify the check register. The manager's account, we have approximately $9,349.48. I understanding that there's an engineering invoice for about $40,115 that needs to be paid. So that was not included in the check register, and with the permission, I'd like to add that to the check register for a total amount coming out of the manager's account of $49,464.48. The total amount coming out of the operating account was $377,586.39. With adding both the managers and the revised amount and the operating account, the new total for approval would be $427,050.87. I've also attached, you'll see in the package, the retainage approvals. So right now, Sage still has not met their retainer. So we have some invoices, but evidently I think one of the November services needed to be corrected, so that one did not make it in the packet. So we still have a balance that we owe Sage, and we have not cut any additional checks for Sage because of the retainer. At this point in time, we have a balance owed about $3,125.50. Looking at the legal services, payments for September, October, and November now exceed the retainer. So we are going to make payment for the amount of $3,905.17. In the financials, there's also a open records report. To date, the open records for this fiscal year totals $2,901.50. Last but not least are the transfers that we need to make between accounts. The tax account, we've received tax collections, and we transferred the collections to the operating accounts and to the debt service accounts accordingly. Right now, to transfer money into the operating account, it's $1,363.63,592.36. Transferring the tax that belongs to the debt service comes to $137,900.36. $7,966.21. In order to pay for invoices, we're recommending that we transfer $175,000 from the technical operating account to the regular operating account that we pay the bills from with Candace Bank. And last but not least is the manager's account. Because of that most recent invoice that I had mentioned for $40,115, I would like the recommendation to change and transfer $15,000 as opposed to $10,000. So that concludes the financials.
I have a question. Priscilla, can
for
you,
today.
now that you've added beyond even what I saw at 5 o'clock, can I please get a fresh run of the check register for this month that includes the $40,000 check and then a copy of those invoices to support all this? Because we do this every month. We seem to come into a meeting and it's not the document we have in front of us because you had to add this, add that, and add that.
Well,
I can't keep up. I can't keep track of it. I need,
sometimes it's a timing issue, but yes, I'll be happy to provide
Thank
you
you.
a revised check register.
please, and that would be very helpful. And maybe I'd like to do a motion, if I may.
Yes.
I motion that all bills and invoices be delivered to the bookkeepers no less than 10 days prior to a meeting so that they have time to work those invoices, get those checks cut, and everybody, and it remains stagnant at that point. If you miss that deadline, then you just have to roll over into the next month. That's how Michael Luft handled it, and it was a really rare occasion before we have stuff stuck in.
Okay, so,
So the motion is 10 days in advance, deliver invoices, contractors, consultants, deliver your invoices to the bookkeeper 10 days prior to a meeting. I believe that's the time frame Michael left it.
okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Okay, so, Ms. Gales, can you
Yes.
please explain?
So as we discussed in the meeting, the main driven factor behind why your bills and invoices are not ready on time is because we don't get certain things from entities you have to pay, like City of Cedar Park, for your water, things like that, until a certain time on the month. So that's what pushes it back. Now, what we are going to explore moving forward is moving as many accounts to ACH payments as possible. So that way, it will cut down on the number of checks that you see that you have to sign every month because it will be an account that's authorized and it gets paid automatically. You'll see it show up on your check register and your payments and your bills and invoices, but you won't physically have to worry about signing a check for them every single month and then having to mail that out. If we can dwindle that down, the process of moving that back, the date back of signing and doing the bills and invoices committee meeting and then sending out everything will be smooth sailing. The problem we have right now is the number of payments that this district processes on a monthly basis and the amount of entities that we have to receive from, including tax collections and everything in between to get your bills and invoices prepared, is out of our hands at this point. And the only way that we know to more or less bring it in and get it sooner, faster, and be more precise is to request from every single entity that you currently pay if ACH is a possibility. And then there's a process to sign them up on ACH. Once that happens and we can hopefully get your list down to pretty minuscule amounts, the goal is actually, I know that Linda's motion is 10 days before your board meeting. You meet on the third Wednesday of every month. Occasionally that falls pretty early in the month, and 10 days is pretty early in the month. We had actually worked on the potential of doing just to say the 5th of every month. If everyone can have everything in, including all of the per diems, all of the district's checks and invoices, we obviously there's some that we won't have control of, but if they're on ACH, they won't need to worry about being on the 5th of the month. So that is what we had actually discussed in our meeting at length, and with the additional payroll personnel and AP personnel, and that is what we foresee to be the best plan moving forward, to push your bills and invoices committee meeting back and get you a more clear, concise work of your bills and invoices and your copies of your invoices.
And I also believe that we have actually, in the last couple months, told contractors that they weren't going to get paid this month because they didn't get their invoices in on time. So
We have been starting
The
to cut
district does
down
do
on
that.
that because part of the payroll process and why you don't get things is when we are in the middle of processing your payroll and we receive an invoice from somebody and we stop the process to push that through, it makes the entire thing restart. So that's another reason why we need to put strict parameters in place for when you receive those invoices from your consultants and vendors.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the table and a second. Director Jones, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I'm just glad that you put it back because I knew that we're close on my name as it is.
I mean, I think we've discussed, right?
Yes.
This during, I get it, there are a lot of moving factors where it would be really hard to produce something at a set date, right? But I don't think 24-hour would be, if that is the case, I'm not saying this is the case, right? 24-hour would be the best option, right? So I would rather like to work with a contractor and work something reasonable, right, for both sides. And we've talked about 5 days, and I think understanding that, I think that's reasonable, right? So again, I don't know if 10 days is reasonable for you guys, but
She's suggesting 10 days for them to submit their invoices before your
To them.
meeting.
okay.
Not for you guys to have a full billing record to look at.
So what do y'all think? Is that
My
that's a
suggestion,
reasonable
and this is
timeframe?
up to the board, we've discussed this at length with payroll. The 5th of every month is the perfect date to say you've pretty much had almost a week to get everything in from the prior month. And it gives them plenty of time, no matter when your meeting falls with the 3rd Wednesday of the month, to get everything processed, especially if we move as many things over to ACH as possible, like your water purchases, your waste management services already in ACH. You'll constantly see those come through, you just won't have a check in your packet to sign. And it will move the process along faster, because they will submit an invoice, it will get paid via ACH, you'll see it on your check register, and it'll flow more fluidly than having to ensure processing and cutting checks.
So you want me to amend my motion
If you would like, that's up to you.
to the 5th day of the month? Okay, I'd like to amend my motion.
Okay.
All contractors and consultants deliver their invoices to the bookkeepers by the 5th of every month in order to make payments happen that month.
Okay.
And after that day, no more adding.
Correct. The only time that we would ever add something in is if it was a dire emergency
Right.
of some sort, like your water for the district. And another point I wanted to make, and I won't take up much more time, is moving the things over to the ACH that we would like to, in the event that this board does not have a meeting, means that the base services for your district get paid. Whereas last year you skipped a meeting and the city of Cedar Park was threatening to shut the water off for the entire district. And I had to make several phone calls to let them know you didn't have a meeting and we couldn't pay your check. Which then they understood they weren't going to cut your water. But it's things like that that can cause a little bit of panic, and if we move as much over to ACH as we can, it eliminates that for the event that you may not have a meeting, if you don't have quorum or whatever the case may be.
Do you need a second on that?
Yes.
Second that.
Okay. Okay, let's call the vote on that amended motion.
All right. Director Jones.
Yes.
Director Avila.
Yes.
Director Ditto.
Yes.
Director Fabb.
Yes.
And Director Flores.
Yes.
A unanimous vote. The ayes have it.
Amazing. All right.
So did y'all approve bills and invoices at this point? Have y'all voted on them?
Yes, we
That
did.
was done.
Okay, I was just,
Yes.
we've had a lot of.
There's no, we're not missing any any of those
The only
special,
thing you'll need to do is on the transfer for the $10,000 that is now $50,000, you'll need to scratch out the $10,000, write $50,000, and everyone who signed it needs to initial yes to that amount for the bank to accept it.
okay, I'm just gonna do that right now so that I don't forget. A chicken scratch next to my chicken scratch.
You are good to go.
Okay.
Do you want us to do it next to the change or next to a section?
Next to the scratch, you'll need to initial, for the 10,000 changes to 50. Have the next one.
See the one
Oh,
next
right
to the
there.
change, yeah.
Okay. Agenda item 8, annual review of investment policy.
Yes, Madam President, this was actually an item I put on the agenda. This is just a placeholder, so I can remind the board that the Texas Public Funds Investment Act requires that the board review your investment policy at least once annually. We did that in March of last year. So in your board packets for next month, you'll see a copy of your current policy as well as a resolution re-adopting it, and it will be subject to any amendments that y'all wish to make, so long as those amendments are within the parameters of the Public Funds Investment Act. So just a heads up on this one.
Thank you. Agenda item 9, district audit for fiscal year 2022 and filing of same with required agencies.
I do not have any details on the status of the district's audit. I don't know how this was handled in years prior, who really headed that up, who handled the coordination, whether that was through the treasurer, through the Bills and Invoices Committee, through Infomart. But
It's a culmination.
okay, so team effort. And y'all have to remind me, Judge, is it Maxwell Lock and Ritter? Is that who it is? Okay. So I presume Jimmy et al. Are on the job. And
I would assume, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that if not Priscilla and Michelle have actually been in contact with them because they've already started requesting things.
Okay, yeah, so, and I believe, no, I'm sorry, Richard. Anyway, but just as a reminder, you do have to get a copy of your audit filed with TCMUD1. I believe it is 150 days after the expiration of your fiscal year. So basically, it's got to be next month. So also, I'll coordinate with Mackenzie and with Maxwell, Lock and Ritter, make sure we can get them to present next month. And hopefully, the board will be able to approve the audit report.
Has the current audit committee received anything up until now? I believe that's Director Flores and Director Avila.
I have not received
No,
anything.
okay. So, Ms. Scales, would you please
Yes.
make sure that
We'll get
They
meetings
know.
scheduled and
Yeah.
have a discussion and get you guys up to date on where the process is at.
okay, because I have, I think, gotten just auto emails from the system that they used to use, that they use to upload stuff, so they probably have the old people on that. Okay.
Wait, may I say something, please?
Yes,
And Mackenzie, when you do that, please do not ask Maxwell Lock and Ritter to remove me. I get those notifications too, and I actually do follow the audit.
Okay.
So don't remove me from them. Thank you.
okay. Is Infomark still interested in moving the manager's report agenda item up, since we have a special
You
guest
can get out of here so
this
you can
evening?
take your long trek home. Do you want to?
If that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. If you will, in the board packet, or the drive, you'll find the manager's report in the manager's folder. Scrolling down to the very, very bottom is the manager's report for the executive summary. We do have one item for approval. We can get to that further down under the parks. The water accountability was not ready this month. We hadn't received the flushing logs from the field. That'll just pop up next month. What we're also considering doing, because flushing is done so close to your meeting, and in order to even get this prepared and push your numbers through, it's a pretty big process on our compliance side and our operations side. We might just start reporting on your water accountability in arrears so it doesn't hold up any of the packet. Because a lot of times Reese is waiting for those numbers before this can be completed. So that's probably what we'll do moving forward. As far as your delinquent letters, your tags hung, your disconnects, you had 85 letters sent out, 61 tags hung, and 7 disconnects made. Goodness. And outside of that, for the Parks Committee meeting, We had discussed the distribution of an RFP for landscape services. That is also attached in the same folder. I'm gonna skip over that just for now and kind of go through the other things, and then we can discuss that more at length at the end. There are several repairs to the women's restroom at Anderson Mill West, as well as one here. We discussed this last month after going back and forth with the plumber. The parts that are needed are severely outdated. They were there from the time that it was installed. They are very hard to come by, and after discussing it with the Parks Committee, we think that it would be more, a better situation to update the restrooms to ADA compliance. And we've asked them to provide a quote. They were still working on it, and I think the initial one we got for some repair of updating parts was $1,200. So we have proposed a not to exceed of $5,000 to repair both bathrooms and bring them up to ADA compliance. I don't know if you want to consider that for approval now, if you want me to finish the report.
I have a question. So we have 4, you're talking the bathroom, men's and women's here at Lakeline Oaks, and men's and women's in.
No, it would just
Okay.
be the women's for now. Those are the 2 that currently have problems. Correct, Reese?
So it's the women's at Anderson Mill, and then the Lakeline is men's.
Okay, so I had it backwards. So it's women's there, men's here. Those are the 2 that are currently having almost identical issues with the push button issue components inside. So we are requesting now in order to repair those and get them back up to spec, we would like to update that to ADA compliance, and then we will consider the other 2 restrooms in the future.
I
Okay,
don't
let's
understand
take
what
that, let's take that agenda, let's move with that, and we can discuss. Do we have a motion to that effect?
I would like to make a motion that we replace the women's and men's bathrooms at both parks and not to exceed $5,000.
What does that mean?
Okay, I'll second. Her.
I just want to note, it would be recommended from my experience that you reference compliance with TOS, Texas Accessibility Standards, not ADA.
Okay, I think that that's what they notated, if
Okay,
I'm not
I just-
mistaken.
A little bit different, but
Yeah.
they recognize TOS, so,
We can absolutely make sure that that is what they do.
and that's not in the motion, so that's fine. That's what I was worried about, trying to catch it before
The
the motion.
motion.
Okay, all right,
Can you repeat that motion again?
thank you.
What was the?
It was to repair the men's and women's restrooms in both parks at a rate not to exceed $5,000.
I think you should amend that, because it's women's in Anderson Mill West, men's in Lakeline Oaks. We're not repairing both at both parks.
Would you like to amend your motion?
Yes, I'd like to know that we are replacing one bathroom at Lakeline Oaks and one at Anderson Mill West.
Okay, and I will second that amendment. Okay, discussion. Director Jones, did you have anything you wanted to?
No, I'm excited to get that done.
Okay, Director Avila?
Needed.
Okay, Director Flores?
What does that include? It's very broad and kind of, are we replacing the toilet, or are we replacing the sink, are we replacing the handrails, or are we replacing the light fixture? Like, it just, what exactly is getting done, is my question. And also, if we're doing one, we have contractors there, wouldn't it make sense to redo both of them if they all were put in at the same time? They're all the same models and fixtures. Why wouldn't we just get it all done at once since they're there, instead of having them come back and one swoop, one shot, get it done, so this way they don't have to come back? Are we just gonna wait for them to break and then we'll fix them? And then I just feel that we need to handle this, all the bathrooms need to be updated.
I agree. The only, and just to answer your question on what's being repaired, the push down part where you flush the toilet is the problem. We're asking that for the repairs necessary to bring the toilet back up to working status, make that flush portion ADA TOS compliant. It's not gonna be, I don't think, a full rehab or anything of the sort. It has nothing to do with the sink, has nothing to do with anything else in the bathroom other than.
So
the
just
toilet.
flushing,
And
the parts to flush,
No, it's a whole new toilet.
It depends on how they need to see it fit. We don't have the quote back from them. The first one they gave us was strictly to basically rig apart
and we decided that we needed to move this up to TOS compliance. Is this the proposal? Thank you, I don't have it, so. Yeah, so it's to replace the valve sensor as well as a water stop, but to bring them up to TOS compliance. And the initial
What
quote.
is the TOS compliance?
Texas
Texas
accessibility standards.
So
Handicap.
handicap compliance is all it's going to bring it up to.
So I don't
It's
quite
gonna change the
understand.
component for how they flush.
So instead of flushing this way, they'll flush this way?
I don't know the answer to that of
So
what TOS
$15,000 for
It's
not
not
knowing
15.
how,
It's not
not to
15.
exceed, sorry.
Five.
It's 5,000
five.
for 2 bathrooms.
Um,
And it's a highball quote because we don't have an exact. It was $1,200 to do the one.
all right, that's all I have.
Dr. Bob.
I don't know if those are like super industrial toilets or what the deal is with those. But what I will say is you can buy one heck of a toilet for $2,500 brand spanking new and have all your problems go away. So I don't understand why you're investing that much money in parts on toilets that are probably 30 years old because they look like they've been there forever. Wouldn't it make more sense to invest in a replacement fixture and move on down the road? You said the parts, they're old, parts are hard to come by. Why are you investing more money in something that is effectively obsolete?
Correct. So just as a small breakdown here, the portions of material for this is only $540 of the quote. The other two is to, with whatever new parts that they bring, how to hook that up to the wall, the valves and all of that have to be modified.
Again, it is my opinion that replacing the entire toilet might be the better way to move here.
Absolutely.
Could you get a quote on that?
We can, the problem is we're still waiting on this quote, and we asked for it about 2 weeks ago. The plumbers are just extremely backed up after the Christmas event and freezing. So that's why it was the suggestion to move forward with the not to exceed amount, to then let us get the quote. If it's under that amount, move forward.
Can we ask a question to the engineers? I don't know if you're familiar with what it requires to bring something up to a standard like that. Maybe it's changing the toilet, maybe it's installing something into the wall, and it's much more expensive than what we think. So can you shed some light into this process?
I don't know exactly what, I haven't been in those restrooms in a year.
They have the old.
But typically what you have are clearance issues, and as far as the buttons, I think now generally you're going to sensor flush, where you sit down and then get up and it flushes. So if there is no contact, there is no need to get around behind it and push and do all of those things. When you get into your hoses, and you've got certain distances from the side of the wall to the edge of the commode, you've got clearance issues in front as well as on the side. Typically where you get into trouble is with your sinks, because your rooms are just too small. Now, again, I don't know what all is down there because I don't
So
know.
what you're saying, just to bring it up to compliance, might be just more than installing a toilet. What I'm hearing is maybe changing the sink to a different distance.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving parts, right?
I'm sorry, I'm just kind of talking in general of the whole deal, if the whole room. If you've got just a toilet issue, you can probably resolve that, and I would concur with just replacing that toilet and getting the right type of sensor flusher associated with it. Where those fixtures tie in, and again, I don't know. Are they coming in from the side or the back? That kind of stuff can get a little bit.
So I'm hearing the motion is just to prove a budget amount, but not necessarily spend that amount on 5,000 on repairing, correct? Is that what I'm
Well,
hearing?
if it is within that amount, we will repair it so that we can get those bathrooms up and running again. Because right now they're not functioning.
But what I'm saying is, it's not going to be necessarily the full 5,000, it can be less, right?
It might be less.
Clear.
We just can't exceed that.
Right.
Perfect. Okay, let's call the votes.
Director Flores.
Bathrooms need to be fixed, yeah, yes.
Director Fox.
I vote no.
Director Duda.
Yes.
Director Otterly.
Yes.
And Director Jones.
Yes.
Ayes have it.
Okay, next up on our list is
the Parks Committee did receive a request from a resident to paint some rocks throughout Sunchase Park. They wanted to bring this discussion to the board before allowing anyone to do so. I think, Megan, you encountered her.
I did.
Oh, Beth did, I'm sorry. If you want to speak to it, I think you did speak to her.
Wonderful person. She just is really excited about the opportunity to be able to decorate the park on some of the stones. She does a great job. She's got beautiful artwork.
And she's painting the larger stones, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and I just thought it would be better that it went to the board so that we all know that she's doing it, so just her out there doing it.
So it's already been done.
She did one without us knowing.
One?
Oh,
Because I saw 4 or 5
Okay,
that were done.
okay.
It might be somebody else.
Do we have a motion associated with this item?
I would like to make a motion that, I don't have her name up right now, that we allow a resident that has made contact with us to be able to paint rocks in our parks.
All parks are just Sunchase.
Let's do, Anderson Mill West and Sunchase, please.
Okay, I'll second that.
All right, sorry, those units do the second?
Yes. Okay, Dr. Avila, did you have any questions, comments?
Yes, so this just pertains to park, right? The rock set, which park was specifically?
Sunchase, which is the one on the way to the middle school, and then Anderson Mill West, which is the one across from Cypress Elementary. And there's not a whole lot there, but there is a little area that she did.
And that is sort of been defined within the Parks Committee, or? I just
Yeah,
wanted
we had to ask,
feel
we
like
are
the art
asking
that's
her to
gonna-
do a certain kind of paint, so it'll stay on. You know, we don't want it to be something that just washes away right away, right?
Right.
We've asked her to let us know what kind of paint she's gonna use.
What kind of expression of painting? I have some question, because, it might be some painting that it's not really appealing
Oh,
to
it's,
the
she's
general
got,
public, so.
I think
the one that I saw is all flowers.
Yeah, that is a picture of what.
That's it.
That's 1,
That's it.
that's 2, that's 3.
Yeah, she hasn't done
That's
all those.
I don't
Somebody
think she
else
did all
has.
of them, yeah.
But if she has permission, then she can come back.
So does that mean everybody can do it?
No.
No, that's why we're doing
Oh,
this.
no.
Yeah,
No.
So is a resident doing it?
yeah, because then we'll know, if someone else wants to ask if they can do it too, they're more than welcome to come to the board and ask the same question. We just thought it would be nice that we brought it to the board to let them know that they are interested in doing it and that they're not out there just causing problems.
Well, they already did it, so it's.
Okay,
Well, somebody else did it. She
okay,
didn't,
okay,
because we
all
stopped
right. Were you done?
Yeah, no, I have another
Questions?
question. I think
Yeah.
a liability issue, I mean, if we're open this door to, having some people from the public, and I know it's just painting rocks, but, who knows what happens while painting rock? And what does that mean for us legally if it becomes a liability?
It's hard for me to come up with a.
I mean, do we have a waiver in place for these people to, because you can be painting and
Right,
I don't know what happens, and then all of a sudden, somebody files a lawsuit against the district, well, they allowed me to paint their rocks, and
Yeah.
you see where I'm coming, right?
Absolutely.
So do we have a waiver in place? Should we put a waiver in place prior to them touching the rocks? So that's my question.
If the board wants to do that, you absolutely can. I don't think I've ever drafted a waiver of liability for painting rocks. I bet I've got
I
a
mean,
template that I can massage.
You're an attorney, you can see a
to
lot,
fit purpose.
there's some crazy court case out there.
Yeah,
Where,
yeah.
you never know.
She is a professional artist.
What?
She's an older person, this is what she does for a living.
Well, while I do think it's a smart idea, Mr. Avila, to have her sign a waiver of liability and to indemnify the district in the event that any repercussions, negative repercussions do occur, I think that's a great idea. But like I said, that'll be a unique one for me. But I will also.
I mean, a one pager will suffice, I guess.
Yeah.
As long as there's not suing the district for.
I also would point out though that, if there were an actual lawsuit, the district would most likely be protected under sovereign immunity, because it is a part function of which is criminal function. So is that a board directive?
We can do
Well,
that.
maybe we should have a vote on it
Yeah,
first,
yeah.
and decide if
We should do
there's a
that.
board directive to have a waiver drafted.
Yeah,
Okay.
so,
All right.
yes, so I was gonna suggest that the motion just be amended to add that that she would work with the Parks Committee to make sure that it was appropriate rocks and not just anything, and that it was very clear which ones she was to paint. So, yeah. So
Are
would
you amenable to the amendment, Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. That's all I have for the moment, Director Fowl.
Yes, I have seen her work, and it's really pretty. I am concerned that it is rocks right next to a trickle channel that runs into the Edwards Aquifer, and we don't know what kind of paint she's using. And I don't know about runoff, that's not my area of expertise, but what I do know is that when the first person sees it, the next guy's gonna wanna do it too. And in the park rules, that's called vandalism. So, I am never gonna be in favor of allowing one person to do something and not all. And, I think if we're going to allow someone to go paint rocks in the park, then everybody can go paint rocks in the park. And when you open that door, then people with paint tend to want to paint other things as well. So I don't know if that opens up a problem or not, but my only true objection is, one, I don't know anything about that paint and what happens when it runs off into the channel. And I also will never be in favor to allowing one resident to do something that all other residents are not allowed to do. And once you start it, you really can't control that.
Well, obviously someone else has been out there.
Exactly,
She has not.
exactly. So you see how quickly that
Okay.
spawned?
All right, are you finished?
I'm having a discussion.
We're not having discussion, we're making your comments.
Oh, we're not gonna debate things?
Beth was not, Beth didn't have the floor. I was stopping her speaking because you were speaking. So I'm asking you if you're finished with your comments.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay. Director Flores.
Thank you. I think they're awesome. I'm an artist myself. I can see the beauty in them. But I have to agree with Director Fobb is you start one, and that park has had several events in it. What's the one with the kids? They go and build their little
Fairy things?
yeah, the fairy garden.
Gardens,
Maybe
fairy
what is it?
gardens.
Fairy garden. So it kind of feel like it's going to keep evolving into something else without permission. The fairy garden started; they had permission, and then other people after that would come and do their own little thing in the park. Now it's painting of rocks, and I think it will evolve into more. You know, I have friends that are artists as well, and they do graffiti art and they do murals, and you know, is that something that we want to? You know, there's plenty of spaces here to do murals all along. If you follow Sunchase Park down into Madam, thank you, Kenzie. There's concrete walls all over there. You know, those are potential spots for great art as well. So is it something that we're trying to go in that direction and we want to make murals on those spots? Or do we want to, you know, so to me it's, you know, how far are we going to go with this and allowing residents to do, does it have to get approved beforehand? You're like, oh yeah, but who's one to say one's art isn't better than somebody else's? Then it's all it's subjective, right? So I think it's like Ms. Director Fobb said, you know, if you're going to allow one, allow all. I'm a huge believer in that, you know, equal treatment to everybody. So, you know, as much as I love it, I just think it's going to evolve to something bigger, and where people may not come for permission. They see that, then they start, you know, that's where I feel that it will go. As Ms. Jones said, she did one, now there's four, you know, and without permission.
There's ones there before.
I was gonna say yeah. So, you know, it's, yeah, so it's getting a little, that's it, that's all I have, thanks.
Okay, so we've had our deliberation on this. I'm gonna say we call the vote, so we can move on.
Director Flores.
Can I,
Do I still have time left? Or
can we make a motion to?
like 10 seconds?
I stopped the timer,
Yeah,
Mr. Flores. I
okay.
think you had about 30 seconds left if the chair wishes to
I-
give you your time back.
Get my time back, so I give it to Mr. Avila? So he
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Well, my concern is cost incurred and then coming back. So let's say this lady moves out of the community, and then who's gonna keep up painting this thing? And then the amount of money that the district will have to invest in wiping the paint off. I don't know what the quality of the paint is.
That's
So,
if it comes off.
is it gonna cost us more to get these rocks either repainted or, treated to remove the paint? So I'm concerned in long-term, how's that gonna look in our parks when we have stuff fading off, and then, I don't know.
That's why I'm trying to get someone to let her do it with the paint.
Okay.
I know that this.
All right, deliberations closed on this one. Let's call the vote, please.
Director Flores.
Dang. Can you come back to me in a minute? I really gotta think.
Director Fobb.
No?
Director Duda.
Yes.
Director Avila.
No.
And Director Jones.
Yes.
And Director Flores.
I'm gonna have to say no.
Nays have it, the motion fails.
Okay, go
Next
ahead.
up on the list is the Parks Committee also received another request from a Mr. Brown who lives in the district. His request was to be able to teach his son's school tennis team for I think about 10 weeks at one of the parks. We did confirm he is a resident. His son goes to a school local to here. I think he talked to Reese. So we brought that to the Parks Committee and they wanted to bring it to the board to deliberate and discuss.
Yeah, and just to add to that, it's technically against the rules, so it would be an exception to the rules, which is why we brought it to the full board. But the Parks Committee doesn't, based on the times of day and the park that they're going to be at, Anderson West Park, we didn't think that it was going to be any
Hindrance to anybody that has memberships that pays or anything like that.
right, and they will be paying
Yes.
the members who have the
Membership.
adults have the memberships, right? And it's for a fairly short period of time as well, just 10 weeks. So, did you want to make a motion? And then we can,
Which one?
The request to teach, Mr. Brown to teach his son's school team for 10 weeks at Anderson Wellness Park.
Okay, I make a motion that Mr. Anderson can use the park for 10 weeks.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Sorry. Mr. Brown to be able to teach his class for the next 10 weeks.
okay, I'll second that. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Director Jones? Okay, Director Avila. Okay, Director Bob.
Yeah, I'm curious if the class, of children he's teaching, do they all live in the neighborhood?
They all go to his son's,
So they go to the same
it's
school?
local.
So that doesn't mean they live in the neighborhood?
Correct.
Is there any reason why he can't do that instruction at the courts that are free at the high school? Because again, it goes back to making exceptions and allowing some people to do things that others are not allowed to do. We charge a lot of money for instructors to use the courts. And I have not looked at the park rules to even know why he's asking for permission if he has a key card to get in. I don't understand what he's asking for. Permission to just reserve the courts?
He's just asking permission to teach on the court because he, I'm sure, understands holding a membership that in order to be considered an instructor, which he's not asking to become an instructor for the district or anything like that. He just solely wants to teach his son's team for 10 weeks. That is it.
Yeah. I don't know, I cannot help but hear those instructors standing in this room pleading with the two previous boards ago to not destroy their careers when the park rules changed and the cost for them to teach became outrageous. So, again, it's that treating people differently, making exceptions for some and not others. I'm just not a fan of it. So I'm just gonna have to say no to that one.
Okay, Director Flores.
Yeah, I don't know. We just had a gentleman ask to change, where technically he's only allowed one guest. So 10 kids would be 10 guests.
It's not 10 kids, it's a small tennis team, it's for 10 weeks.
Oh, how many kids?
I think maybe 4 to 5, they don't have a large tennis team to my understanding. So it'd be the adult teaching plus the 4 to 5 children.
The adult teaching 4 to 5. So to amend the rules, we would have to do that in a separate.
This would be a one-off situation that the board has to vote on to approve to make an exception to the park. And that's what Director Dudo had already stated earlier.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Yeah, I think the only real adjustment to the rules is the number of people that we're allowing, because the adults would have memberships. So it's just allowing them to have a couple more people so that they can teach the class. So it's not a huge deviation from the rules, but it was a deviation, which is why we brought it to the board. Okay, that's all I have. Can we call the vote, please?
Director Flores.
No.
Director Fox.
No.
Director Dudo.
Yes.
Director Avila. Yes. And Director Jones.
Yes.
Ayes have it.
Alright, next up is, this is just an update, no deliberation needed. The gate on the Lake Island tennis courts has been repaired. The locking mechanism that is remotely controlled through a system stopped working. We had them come out and they did replace it. The next item is the district meter endpoint purchase. We had briefly discussed this last month. I've now talked to the Houston team and they're getting the rollouts of the schedule for this year. And we had budgeted $25,000 in your budget this year to have that crew come out and install all of the endpoints that have been ordered and have now been received. So the 600 plus or minus meters that are already updated will now get their endpoints. This does not mean it will communicate. That is going to be another key to this puzzle. This is just asking and recommending the approval of the use of that budgeted amount to schedule the team to come out.
I have questions for you. I trust you have 600 endpoints?
Yeah, we did receive those.
You ordered for all?
You approved ordering
Yeah,
those
yeah, I
last
remember
year.
those, So, any idea when the remote service to those points will be activated?
Once the agreement has completely finalized, which your legal attorney will need to review, I can't imagine, I know Bill did a lot of work on it when we were on the committee for that. So as long as that's reviewed, it should not take any longer than getting the input.
And what will the cost be?
It's roughly 89 cents per input per month, plus a small fee to do like the initial pushover, I think. But it's not astronomical.
So when they do go live, will those meters be read electronically?
It takes a few months to get them fully into the database once they're on. Once they are communicating and your agreement is in place, yes.
And how much will the Infomark base fee be reduced when a technician is no longer needed to read 600 meters?
I couldn't give you a number.
That's kind of real important to me before we invest another $25,000. I'd really like to know what the reduction in the base fee is going to be when all meters can read electronically, because it wouldn't make sense to invest money in technology like this if we're not going to get a reduction in the base fee. And my concern is that in your contract, it doesn't allow us to reduce the base fee.
Well, I think you can speak to this. For our other districts, we haven't reduced the base fee. We've only expanded the text time within the district for pretty much any of our other districts. We've not reduced base fee for 2 days of work in the month, and part of that is because to read your district right now, it takes 2 people the course of 2.5 days, and that second person is not dedicated to your district.
Right, but it's covered in our base fee. We pay for that service. And that's my concern once we start going to electronic reading, which I think is a great idea. If it's not going to reduce the cost of our service, then we are paying double for the same thing. And
You don't actually, you won't pay double because your tech will still have things to do
Sure.
in your district
Sure.
on those days. So you pay for his time. You don't pay for the exact reading of that. And that, it's not going to negate quality checks or high-use meter read checks and things like that. If we get something in that says, hey, this person has a high read, go make sure it's not a leak, they're still gonna go back to those meters. So you're losing, his time reading is being dedicated further to the districts to do other things. And so he's still going to be here, he'd still be in your district, he would have other job duties he could tackle on those 2 days.
Can you tell me how much of our base fee
Okay,
is for
if we
meter
could just,
reading?
if we could just pause a second, you're asking for a motion, right?
Correct,
Okay,
to approve the use of the budgeted.
Okay, let's stay with how this is supposed to be done. Okay, so do we have a motion? Does someone want to make a motion about that item?
That was almost Bob's time.
Oh, cut off.
Okay, well, I didn't realize we were timing because I didn't realize we were.
Just about 3 more minutes
Okay.
after y'all make a motion.
I didn't mean to cut you off, I didn't realize we were timing that. Okay, okay, I will make a motion to approve $25,000 budget amount to install endpoints within the district. Is that correct? Okay. Do I have a second? Okay. Director Jones, do you have anything you'd like to say? Director Archibald? Okay, Director Flores.
I've never been a fan of the electric meter reading. I've gotten the same input from several residents that they're not fans of this program. Some of them are due to privacy issues. The data that's collected, what's going to be with the data, that's just some of the concerns that they had. Others are concerned were the amount of money that this program costs. So I'm not a fan of the electric meter reading. I think it's just an opportunity to bill us tremendously for the service, to change them out, to continue servicing them to every month. Our expenses are going to go up, but I'm just not a fan, so I just wanted to make that statement.
Okay, I think you had like 15 seconds left. Director Bob, would you like to use your?
No, now that we have a motion, I think I start over the clock at 3, but yeah, my whole point here is the financial picture has not been considered. The cost of the meters, the cost of the endpoints, the cost of the connection, and the cost of the service of manually reading those meters. I'm not suggesting that electronic meters aren't the way of the future and the way we should go, but
It's 15 seconds.
Okay. All right. Let's call the vote.
Director Flores,
No.
Director Fobb,
no.
Director Judah,
Yes.
Director Audio,
Yes.
and Director Jones.
Yes.
Ayes have it.
Great. Last up on the manager's report, before we get into discussion of the RFP, as everybody did get introduced, Todd is here tonight. I don't think that he's ever been to a WTC board meeting since I've been with you guys. I did ask him to come and just kind of get introduced and acquainted with the new board members, and I wanted to give him an item on the agenda just to say hello and whatever else you would like to communicate.
Democracy can be ugly sometimes. It's a process, I understand. I have been here a couple of times previous, before Mackenzie was here, when Christie was here, and I try to get out and see the boards. I don't try to come to meetings a whole lot just because Mackenzie's got it under control, but I wanted to come and say hi and introduce myself and let you know if you ever have any questions or anything like that and want to chat. I'm a phone call away, and I'm pretty good about returning phone calls if you ever need me for something.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
It was a long drive.
I have to drive to Fort Worth tonight, so.
It's even longer.
So next and last up on this is the drafted landscape contract RFP we did put together. Just for full transparency, I did kick this over to Herb as well and have provided his input to it, the small corrections he did want to have added in. This is strictly just on a recommendation basis from the Parks Committee. For lack of better terms, we haven't been the most satisfied with the response and the attention to detail that we've requested over the course of a couple of months now, and some of our asks have not been met with Sunscape, so we would like to put out the RFP for new service and see what we can get. And as far as that goes, we do have a date in there for the submission deadline of February 8th. It was under the impression of us that it would be the Parks Committee will do the interviews and then bring to the board their recommendation. And obviously, with whatever proposals we do receive, those will be sent out to a full board, so you all get every copy of every proposal we do receive. But the main focus for doing interviews is to meet with them within the district, to review the ponds, to review the infrastructure, to review the parks, and explain on a more fundamental level the attention to detail that is expected of that landscaper that is chosen for the district.
Okay,
Can I ask Mackenzie a question?
I think you maybe do a vote first and then go through your discussion so we don't get off track.
Yep, do we have a motion?
I think the motion would be to approve the issuance of the RFP as presented, if there is such a motion.
So so that we can approve an RFP, so that we can look for other options for a new landscape company. Thank you, Don.
Okay. Second, did you get that?
Yes,
Okay.
motion by Ms. Jones to approve the issuance of landscaping RFP as presented in the general manager's report.
Okay, thank you. I will second that. Okay, Director Jones, did you have anything you'd like to say about that?
I think that we have given them lots of chances to be able to clean up some of the errors. And I think that what we're doing on this RFP is actually a good thing for us to be able to see what's out there. We pay a lot of money, and so what we're paying, we should be able to have the services taken care of.
Good job, Eva.
How long are we gonna have this out?
It will, if approved, it will go out first thing tomorrow, and we'll send it to whoever we have contacts with. Sunscapes can see it. We also post it to 2 websites that boost your RFPs for whoever wants to search them to look at. I don't remember the names of them, but we do have 2 on file that we send it to, or post it up to, and so it will go out first thing tomorrow morning if the board reads it tonight, and they'll have until February 8th to submit. They can ask questions, things like that. Once submitted, we'll go through the interviewing process and hopefully set up meetings with them to come to the district with the Parks Committee. We'll walk through the areas at will of whatever they would like to go over, and then the proposals would all come to the board, and then the recommendation would be made from the Parks Committee.
Gotcha. You talked about 2 preferred networks. What are those? Where you posted that
There's
RFP?
2 websites that we've used in the past and we posted. I don't remember them offhand. They're for the local Austin area, and I forget the name of them. I have both of them listed. We've used it for the general counsel RFP. We've used it for another previous RFP.
Would you be able to get those to us, and I'd like to know?
Yeah, I mean, once we send them out, I can send you guys an email tomorrow morning. Lee had actually, your previous ops coordinator, posted them. I have an email from where she posted them. So we'll post it to the 2 websites, and we'll distribute to as many landscapers as we have in our contact lists.
And so, how long are they gonna be posted and how many?
It'll be posted as of first thing tomorrow, so the 19th, They'll have
No, like how
until,
long the post's gonna be to received options?
until February 8th.
Okay,
So they'll
gotcha.
have essentially 3 full weeks
Okay.
to get a proposal in. And then, if they have any questions between now and then, they can ask them. There's a map included. It explains and color codes all of the areas. But if they have questions, that can come to me and we can address them to the Parks Committee as needed.
Gotcha. Now, do they come, and I'm very new to this, so I'm actually asking a question. Can they come in and do presentations, and then we
They
can ask
absolutely
questions, and then decide as a board who would be the,
Absolutely.
Okay.
So there's gonna likely have to be in-person interviews with the committee to go through the district, to really look at the infrastructure and get that going. And then the committee can then recommend who they bring to the board for interviews at that following meeting.
that's all I have.
Director Cloud?
Yes, actually, one of my questions was, are you wanting to replace them for performance? And the answer is apparently yes.
Yes.
Their contract requires that you give them an opportunity to cure, and it needs to be in writing, and their failure to cure also needs to be documented. Is that documented somewhere? Okay.
We got lots of text messages.
You have,
Emails
you have to formally give them an opportunity to cure with their deficiencies. I recognize that the landscape map that was added came from Herb's RFP that he put out 5 years ago for Sunscape. I actually put that on my board notes this evening. His RFP of 5 years ago, because what he produced is biddable. What has been produced and shown to us today cannot be bid, not competitively, and let me explain why. It needs to be capable of generating a competitive bid, and what's been delivered doesn't meet that bar. The bidder cannot calculate the cost of cutting high-maintenance areas when those are not defined. A bidder would need to know which are the high-maintenance areas. Now, in Herb's proposal, his map coordinated with a key that said this color blue is, and I don't know if that was the high maintenance, but it was color coded. So they could look at the map and say, okay, this much area is high maintenance. I need to cut that 35 times a year. It's going to cost me X number of dollars each time, and they could submit a bid. What's been asked for here is not biddable. A provision for areas that are not high maintenance would also need to be identified. That's not in the document, along with the mowing schedule for those areas. A contractor cannot bid the cost to mow if they don't have a clear picture of what needs mowing. Another example, fertilization of turf areas and ornamental plantings. Again, to calculate the cost to do this, a bidder would need to know exactly what areas you're talking about and what ornamental plantings you're talking about. It matters when trying to determine how much chemicals are needed to do this job and how many people are going to be needed to put that stuff down. Mulch is another fine example. Not enough information to calculate the costs. Where will it be applied? How many cubic yards will it take to do it 2 times per year, and how much labor is involved? And if you're going to walk around with contractors, everyone's not going to get the same information. That's impossible to do. That's why the bidding document must be the same for everybody, or it's not competitive. It's not at all. I don't see anything in the document that describes the requirements for maintaining detention ponds. The failure in maintaining the ponds has cost the district plenty of money in fines by the TCEQ and additional costs to have one contractor do what the other one didn't. I'd like to request more time, please.
Do we have 3 directors who would like to give Director Cobb more time?
Thank you. I'd like to see pond maintenance as a weighty requirement for any successful bidder, since it's one of the primary purposes of a MUD district. As I said, Herb did the RFP that hired Sunscape 5 years ago. It is an excellent example, and I would suggest you use that as a starting point for generating a competitive bidding document. And also include for this board the scoring criteria that the board can assign weight to and what we will use to evaluate the bids. If you plan to accept electronic bids, which I expect that you are, we will need to adopt procedures to do that first. Section 49.2731 of the Water Code describes the procedures for electronic bids. And it begins with a procedure in this district to accept them, so those bids remain sealed. Nobody can open a bid unless it's done in front of the board. Otherwise, you can see an opportunity where you could tell this guy, well, this guy bid X, and if you bid Y, then you can win. That is the whole impetus of the procurement process and competitive bidding. It is so that everyone gets an equal chance, and that is what a government has an obligation to do. We don't get to pick and choose, who we like the best or which one has the prettiest tools. We have to be competitive. You have to write good bidding documents that people can actually come in here, and everybody had the same shot when they submitted their bid. Everybody knew how much fertilizer, everybody knew how much mulch, everybody knew where the high maintenance areas were, everybody saw the detention ponds, all of that stuff. Weed control in the detention ponds, what burned us last year and we got fined for, it's not even identified in the bidding document. So this is what you want the end results to be, but this isn't the document that can be bid. Look at herbs. I put it in that shared folder. That is how you need, and then adjust. If when Herb did it, he said 35 times a year, and you only think it needs 30, make those changes. And then scratch out the things that no longer need to be done and add the things that need to be done. But look at the document that he produced. That is a biddable document. What's been presented is not a biddable document. Not competitively. Not competitively. Thank you for the extra time, by the way. I'm done.
Madam President, it's not entirely pertinent because we're talking about landscaping for facilities other than stormwater in this case, but the procurement rules under Chapter 49 don't actually apply to any kind of stormwater management program that's imposed by the state or federal government. So when and if it ever comes up again and you'll decide to bifurcate those services between parks maintenance and somebody to maintain your detention ponds, storm facilities and whatnot, you don't have to go through the competitive bidding process to do that. Just FYI, I only mention it because there's a component of this, it sounds like, and from what I'm reading in the RFP, so I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
So we're not going to let them do the ponds? Is that did I misunderstand?
That's not what I said.
Oh, I'm asking a question. So they are going to maintain the ponds as well?
It states in the very first two lines
Okay,
that ponds
so-
is part of it.
So that is key.
Okay, I believe your time is up. Mr. Edmondson, did you have any comments, helpful advice for us since Director Fabb is citing your excellent RFP?
Well, I guess I'll put that on. I'm not loud enough anyway. As noted, I mean, one of the big issues that there are differences that I would see would be identifying the number of times. If the assumption is that when you solicit these proposals and the intent is to have a meeting with these individuals, you probably ought to say that in here and specify a date of when you will have like a pre-bid meeting and make it a mandatory pre-bid meeting. And then you do a tour with anybody that shows up for that. They all have the same information. If somebody doesn't show up, it's mandatory, so they don't get to bid. That's just the way it is. That would probably be the simplest and easiest way that I can see, legals aside, but I believe that's the easiest way to address that, because then you convey the same information to every bidder and answer and address those questions, those types of questions that Director Fabb is bringing up.
Okay. Okay, great.
And if you did have that pre-bid type meeting, what you would typically do is you would have that probably February the 1st, such that they have an opportunity to come out here by themselves for a couple of weeks and kind of walk around and look, formulate their specific questions, and then you meet 2 weeks later, and then that gives them a week to take those answers and go back and formalize their bid. So I'd give them 2 weeks for their own review and picking it, finding it, seeing the thing advertised. And then 1 week prior to bid date, go ahead and have that pre-bid meeting. I think that would resolve, I believe it would resolve the concerns that were noted.
Okay. So I would like to then suggest that
Madam President, may I get my 3 minutes?
yes, but I'm still on mine, so, I was gonna suggest that we amend the, motion just to clarify that the Parks Committee will work with Mr. Evanson and Mr. Evans to, go over the RFP and make sure that it adheres to everything that it needs to adhere to and adds that, pre-bid, meeting. Would you like to amend the motion?
Do that again?
No, you can just say,
Just like
You could just agree to it.
I would just
Just
like to
agree.
amend the motion, because I think Zach, you got that.
But could she amend a motion without having everybody to talk on the first motion? Should we kind of give it the run for the first motion, then amend after that, or?
Y'all can absolutely do that.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we can.
so then but then do we go through twice and talk?
No, I thought the question was, can you amend the motion and move forward with the vote?
Yeah.
Was that your question, Mr.
No,
Ryan?
no, no.
I misunderstood maybe.
Before amending the motion, consider everybody in the room to talk about the initial motion and then amend.
I see, yeah,
Yeah.
and I believe Mr. Flores
Flores
is the only one missing so far.
Correct.
So if-
On the first
if
motion.
Mr. Flores still
On the
wants to,
first-
if he still
first
wants to speak to
motion.
the original motion, then yes.
Okay, go ahead. Original motion.
So this was put together by the Parks Committee because of underperforming. Do have concerns, Mr. Evans, are we obligated to give them, as per our contract, written notice that they are not performing, give them the opportunity to correct?
I have not reviewed that contract.
Okay.
No one's asked me to do that.
But typically, if it's written in their contract, we would kind of adhere to what the contract and give them the opportunity.
Typically, you would adhere to a contract.
Well, you would follow the contract, right?
Whatever the terms are,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Again, I have not reviewed that contract.
That's fine. So my concern is that Mr. Evans has not reviewed the contract. So does that leave us open to litigation or them coming and being, hey, you didn't give us an opportunity in writing, you didn't give us the opportunity to correct, is a concern of mine. That is one concern. Also, oh man, second thought came out of my head. Where'd it go? The Parks Committee is made up of Beth and Megan. So did y'all use the engineer's old RFP to make your new one? Did you kind of go back and forth from the old one
Yes, that
was previously
some of it was
used?
drafted from that. The reason that the schedule of mows was not included is because we do believe it needs to be modified. That is part of the problem that we've had with
Okay.
some.
So, was the one that was previously done not good enough, or
Which is
Did-
revamped, where
I'm
we want it.
asking the Parks Committee, sorry, Ms. Gales. Was that not sufficient enough, or I'm just trying to understand why you wouldn't use the old one? If you,
Well, because there were some things that we wanted to adjust, like the mowing schedule and things like that, so, yeah.
so is it something that we can kind of just adjust those, since Ms. Fabi is saying that it was done very well and that's something she would use? I think maybe we should not reinvent the wheel, use Gray Engineering's RFP, just adjust what needs to be adjusted and bring it back to the board to review. But I still have that concern about following the contract and what it says on the contract. That's my biggest concern.
Okay. Everybody has spoken on the first motion, right? Can I suggest then that in addition to the motion, the amendment that you made, that we confirm with Mr. Evans that we have, whether or not we've met our contractual obligations. Because I don't know if,
the text we've had back and
well,
forth
and the
past
emails
week,
and the meeting in the district,
if that qualifies.
and I mean, we have
gone over.
we have informed them many times, so we just need to make sure that that meets our contractual obligations.
That manager come out, we've done everything.
Yeah.
We've done everything that we can do.
Yeah. So they have had time to correct, it's just a matter of whether or not that meets the way that we've done it meets our obligations.
Are you amenable to that amendment to your motion, Ms. Jones?
Yes, please.
Okay, so noted. So, the motion before the board, let me give this a go, is to approve issuance of the district's landscaping services RFP as presented at GM's report, provided that legal is to review the current contract to ensure compliance with the termination and notice requirements provided there. Good enough for government work?
Except that it's not as presented because we need
I want to
to.
make modifications.
Yeah, with a
I'm sorry.
modification.
Okay, okay.
Bid on something we can see.
Let's see. And I'm sorry, I think, and so was the motion then to also work with Gray and McGinnis to ensure that all of the i's are dotted and t's are crossed as far as our obligations in posting the RFP under chapter 49 of water.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right.
And I will second the amended motion.
Yes. All right. Let's try this one more time, just because. The motion is to approve the issuance of the district landscaping services RFP, subject to the Parks Committee, I believe, working with Gray and McGinnis to ensure compliance, to ensure that the RFP complies with the procurement laws under Chapter 49, and also subject to McGinnis's review of the current contract to ensure that the district is in compliance with all notice and termination requirements provided therein.
Sounds good.
Does that work for everybody? Okay, very well.
Yes.
Would you let me call the roll, Madam President?
Yes, please.
Mr. Flores?
No.
Well, can we discuss
Can
on
we
that
discuss?
motion? We need to discuss on that motion. On that
Okay,
motion.
if y'all
hands.
want to
Yes, please.
Discuss.
Okay.
go right ahead.
Three hands to discuss.
That's all y'all.
Go right ahead, Mr. Flores.
I would like to see it, if I trust Director Fobb saying that Gray Engineering's was a good base to start, I'd like to see it that modified, not what we have here, but I would like to see his bidding document modified to adjust to what we need here, now. And I would like to see it. I'd like to vote on something I can see. I don't feel comfortable voting on something that is just gonna be left up to a Parks Committee. I wanna vote on something I can physically see, so. I yield the rest of my time to Ms. Fobb.
I'll be brief. I want to see the final bidding document before it gets released, only so that I will have some idea of what services are changing, what's increasing, what's decreasing, so that when we actually get to look at these sealed bids opened in front of the board, then I will know what's changed and the value of that change. Because if I don't see your bidding document, then I have to take your word on it, and I'm just not that trusting. I like to look at the work so that I can compare it to the rules that I know for purchasing and bidding and all the other things that make up a competitive bidding scenario that is an obligation of this government. So if you don't mind, and since we are in no urgent hurry, we have an active contract. And if they haven't been performing, that has not been brought to this board's attention in such a manner to say, I want to replace them. Because we could have given you a heads up that they need that opportunity to cure. So, yes, I would like to see the final document. If you just want to send it around with no comments, that's great. The earlier, the better. The earlier, the better. And we can have it completely reviewed, signed, and sealed by the next meeting, and off it can go.
Okay, Director Avila.
Now, thank you for putting it together. I think you brought something really important, and it's the issue of equity, right? We want to be equitable in the way we set up and model our local government. It is a concerning, and I don't know if that's a fact, I do want to ask your attorney, do we have a certain, rules and procedures in place that would sort of put guardrails in place and direction as to how to go about RFPs? Because, I'm here for 4 years, but whoever's gonna come in next, are we providing a set of rules that's gonna allow for easier decision-making, where every time we change a board, it's not like we're gonna change the model of the system, but a set of rules and policies that can sort of direct whoever is directing, right, on how to go about RFPs, that it complies with local laws, with the rules, and it just helps us, make an informed decision. So,
Can I
is
respond to
that, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the rule that you're speaking of is set by statute, chapter 49, which I was alluding to. It's under 49-273. And what it says with respect to the bidding process, whenever you're going to seek bids through the RFP process, the bidding documents, plan specifications, and other data needed to bid on the project must be available at the time of the first advertisement, and the advertisement shall state the location on which these documents may be reviewed. So you do have some guardrails, as you put it, directly from statute that you have to adhere to. And I think based on the motion that's on the table, I can easily massage the RFP, working with Gray and Infomart to make sure that those parameters are all met.
Do you think we need to extend those standards to make it more, because that's pretty broad,
Right.
to where administratively speaking can be very complex. You know what I mean? To where maybe if we can have certain rules and process in place, like, step 1, step 2, step 3, that's, I don't know, I'm just,
That's
because it's pretty broad. What you just read right there, it's just like, sure, how about it? And it doesn't really delineate exactly what he recommended, which just seems, something that's not really there, but it's a process that allows us to be more transparent as government.
That's very much a policy decision for the board to make. I can tell you that, just based on personal experience, though, the more complicated you make the RFP process, the more difficult it becomes, the more traps you set for yourself, so to speak. And if, for example, that's all Mr. Avila's time, what board mind continuing?
3.
Okay. So, I lost my train of thought there, but the point being is the more rules you put in place, the higher risk you have of inadvertently not following your own rules, and so if the board wants to come up with a very detailed explanation and list of how they're going to go through their process, that's y'all's business. Again, I'm just saying based on experience, I think the legislature drafted this broadly for a reason, because every project's going to be very, going to be different. They're not all going to be landscape contracts, for example.
Yeah.
So that's y'all's decision to make, sir. That was Mr. Avila's time. I didn't know if
Okay.
you were
That's all.
requesting additional time or not.
Okay.
I trust her, I trust that we can get this done this week, I trust that it could go out still this week. I think from the freeze, I would like to get some stuff cleaned up. I know people are saying, when are these gonna be picked up, when are the dead stuff gonna be picked up? We can't do a whole lot right now, so we're kind of caught you know, they're not in a hurry to take care of our stuff, but I, you know, being on a Parks Committee, I would like to be able to say that, yes, we are doing everything that we can to get this ball rolling, to be able to take care of our district. And waiting another 30 days when I just, seeing all the debt that we have, I don't think it's a good idea to wait.
So my question is, you know, if they're not getting the work done, that means breach of contract. Is there a breach of contract if they're not, you know, complying with the
business.
contract or performing according to the contract? You know, that's my question, you know.
Well, it's been going on for a long time, and we've given them
So-
many chances. So what I'm saying is, I trust her, you trust her already. I know that Megan does, I think we all do. Let's get it out. Let's get it done this week, get it out.
I'm confused. If they were underperforming,
Okay,
last month, we,
okay,
I'm sorry,
we're not,
Ms. Jones has the floor still.
So that's how I feel. I would like to move forward. I don't want to wait anymore. I would like to get that
I'd like to request another minute, Steve. Can I have 3?
okay, do we have 3 directors who want to give another 3 minutes?
No, I just asked a minute, that's what I mean.
Okay.
I'm just confused that we, last month, had trees that had to be cut, but yet we gave it to Sunscapes. If they were underperforming, and they've been underperforming, why would we give them more work last month if they were underperforming? I'm just a little confused on why we should have said, hey, they're not performing, let's bid this out to somebody else. I'm just a little confused on there. But I do like the idea that Herb stated of having them all come and making it fair for everybody to one time, you go through the whole district and it makes it fair for everybody. So I appreciate the minute, thank you.
I would like to make a comment, please. It'll be brief.
Okay.
Thank you. I did look at the contract today. It does call for an opportunity to cure. It has to be formal in writing. There are steps outlined in that contract. You have to give them 30 days. I realize that you've probably been bantering back and forth with them, but I would like to do it per the contract terms, formally give them that this is your notice, this is what it takes to cure. You probably are pretty confident they're not going to do it, so it's going to lead you right back to where you want to be, and that'll give you time to work on the RFP. It'll give us all time to look at it, and we'll be right back on that road.
They're already asking for more money.
Well, they can't have more money, that's a board vote, so this is one way to get keep it moving. You could even, well, it's too soon. You have to give them an opportunity to cure formally.
Okay. Can we,
Is that correct according to the contract?
Yes.
We-
Yeah, I haven't reviewed it.
You have to read the contract.
we do have a motion, I think, still on the table, yes?
Would you like me to recap it?
Is it that really super long one again?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's just say it.
We all remember the motion, okay. Let's just call the vote on it, please.
Mr. Flores,
No.
Ms. Fox,
No.
Ms. Duda,
Yes.
Mr. Avila.
No, unless you review the contract first.
Well, that's part of the motion, actually.
It is the
That is part of the
that we're
motion.
doing that.
So you're gonna review the contract, part of the
Yes,
motion?
sir.
Okay,
I'll remember-
Yes.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. The motion was subject to, issue an RFP, subject to my reviewing the contract and McGinnis and Gray working together to massage the RFP to ensure compliance. Yes on that, Mr. Avila?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Ayes have it.
Okay. Are we still on you? Oh, no, you're done, okay. Awesome. Okay. So we are then back to agenda item 10, resolution of censure of Director Fobb. I believe,
So, Madam President, actually I had 2 directors ask for this agenda item. Mr. Avila requested it first, and Mr. Flores requested it second. So,
okay.
I defer to the chair to decide who's going to introduce the item.
Since you requested it first, Director Avila, would you like to introduce it?
Well, I didn't put the item on the agenda. It was, I didn't put it in as, I requested it, but I didn't put it as an item in the agenda. I think that was done by someone else. I just requested the information, but I didn't put it as the
Oh,
item. in the
okay,
agenda.
I interpreted that as a request for an agenda item, so, okay, in that case,
Okay,
Mr. Flores.
Director Flores, would you like to?
Just wanted to put this on the agenda because I needed more information on Director Fobb's censure. Being new to the board, I feel I wasn't given the information that I needed to really understand why she was censured, and to me, it just didn't feel right. It's something that I needed to review once I got on the board. So I believe that after reviewing all the material that I have and gathered the information that I've gathered, I don't think Ms. Fobb was given the proper opportunity to go over all the claims of her censure, and as per the rules, she was never given an opportunity to defend herself. So if you start with censoring somebody, not giving them an opportunity, and not following your own rules, how can you go forward with the censure is where I have an issue with. If you started the process and just from the get-go didn't do it correctly, how can you move forward? So I would like to make a motion to rescind Director Fobb's censure.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, discussion. Let's see, Director Fobb, would you rather go first or last?
I'll go last.
Okay. I'm going to go first. I did upload a very lengthy document on the Google Drive today, providing documentation for the reasons for the June 2022 resolution of censure. I would like to read the introduction to that document. The January 18th, 2023 regular board meeting agenda includes an item for discussion of Director Fobb's censure, which was originally voted on by a majority of the board in June 2022. At the December 12th, 2022 board meeting, Director Fobb claimed that the resolution of censure was baseless, and in June she characterized the censure as a demonstration of the board's intolerance for differences of opinion. Both are untrue. The decision to adopt the resolution of censure was made only after the board had witnessed 20 months of behavior we believe to be in conflict with the district's interests. More specifically, we felt Director Fobb's behavior was undermining the integrity of the district, putting the district at ongoing risk of liability, wasting taxpayers' money and resources, and interfering with the district's ability to conduct its business. It should be noted that leading up to June of 2022, Director Fobb had repeatedly been made aware that her actions were considered a liability to the district, and she willfully chose to ignore the concerns of not only the other 4 board members, but of the district's prior legal counsel, Bill Flickinger, and current legal counsel, Zach Evans, both of whom were/are obligated to protect the district's interests above all else, and most certainly above the interests of individual board members. These matters were not only discussed at meetings in both open and closed sessions, but also addressed to the district's communication policy, which was implemented as a direct result of concerns we had about Director Fobb's behavior. At the time the resolution was adopted in June of 2022, the board did not feel it necessary to assemble supporting documentation for its decision because each of us had witnessed firsthand the events that brought us to that point. However, I appreciate that as of November 2022, we have new directors who were not on the board at the time the resolution was put in place, so it is reasonable for those directors to want documentation of the basis for that decision. I don't have the time this evening to go over the entirety of the document I presented to the board. However, I will summarize the categories of issues I describe in that document. Liability and unnecessary costs to our taxpayers, procedural violations, interference with district business, and potential violations of the Open Meetings Act, abuse of district contractors, misuse of fees of office and associated public record, breach of attorney-client privilege, and the lack of change in behavior since the censure was put in place. In summary tonight, the censure was not done to silence a dissenting opinion. A censure is defined as the expression of formal disapproval. It is not the same thing as censorship, although the words sound frustratingly similar. And expressing our formal disapproval of Director Fobb's behavior was the only option we felt we had left to stand up for the district's interests and send a clear message that we did not support her actions. And in the 7 months since, I was almost it anyway. There's my statement. Director Jones, would you like to go next? What's that? Give us a
After
list.
looking through, I mean, there's so much in here that it's hard to go through all of it, but I think what I would like to do is ask some questions to the people that actually work for us. Is that okay? Mackenzie, I read an email that I thought was pretty tough, but I want to ask you, has Director Bob withheld pertinent information from you while working on WTCMUD1 projects?
If it's the email, I assume you're alluding to that is in Megan's packet, that yes, that has happened.
Can you recall a specific incident?
It is provided in the packet of information that Megan posted on Google Drive. I couldn't give you an exact date, I don't remember.
Okay. The next one, has Director Fabre ever asked you to share information during a public board meeting that implicated in some way with another contractor or board member without knowing that her what her intent plan was?
I can't speak to her intent, but she has asked me to share information for board meetings, yes.
Linda, I'm going to ask you, can you explain why you wanted our general manager to share this in a board meeting, if not to implicate our general counsel?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Our last meeting?
I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I have not had an opportunity to read all through the document Megan put up on the shared drive this evening. I can't speak to that document or the contents in it. I can't speak to generalities. I just can't. And I really.
Okay, no.
It's
Would
not
you
my
like
thing. Go
to,
ahead.
would you like
I
to?
have another one. And this is for you, Mackenzie. During the aftermath of a resident attacking the MUD employee, was it witnessed that Director Fobb was present on the property shortly after?
Yes.
Did Director Fobb come in the building to check on our MUD employee to see if they were okay?
During the duration of time that I was in the building, there were no directors that came in the building.
I have one for Sage. Have you been written in emails that are in a way that made you feel that you don't want to answer?
We have received emails that are antagonistic in nature, yes.
Have you ever been followed when you're doing your
She'll
job?
know it's time, if she's gonna request more time, that's always up to the board.
Okay.
Are you requesting more
Would
time?
you like more time?
Would you like more time?
I would.
Sure. I'm for it.
Okay.
And Sage, have you ever been followed where you didn't feel safe?
Yes, we actually run a two-person crew now instead of just one, because we need to be able to videotape in case that we have an incident of being followed or any type of interference while we're trying to do our job.
Has she ever accused you of fraud?
Yes.
Thank you. I mean, I could go on and on, but I'm happy with what I have.
Okay.
Well, I have a question. I think that's, to meet the elements of fraud is pretty, and, I mean, but I'm not going to question that because I'm not here to judge, you know, that's not my, but what I'm hearing is a lot of, you know, you're saying yes, she's accused you of fraud, but, I mean, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Or that she did in fact,
It was done in a public meeting.
done in a public meeting?
It's in here, it's all in here.
And I haven't had the chance to read all this document. It's a
Yeah.
lengthy document.
It just tells you that it happens over and over and over.
I don't know if we can discuss because I want to talk a little bit about the opinion that was written, the legal opinion that was written in the board. And I don't know if this is the time to open up to discuss that.
Yeah, so I kind of anticipated this coming up, in the fact that I did draft a memorandum to the board, excluding Director Fobb. I excluded Director Fobb for reasons I've stated previously, with respect to deed restriction matters, but also with respect to the resolution of censure, because it is essentially a policy decision of the board wherein they find that Ms. Fobb's interests are adverse to those of the district. So that's why the memo is not directed to her. All four of the directors did receive it though. If the board wishes to waive attorney-client privilege, that is a decision that only a majority of this board can make. And so if y'all would like to publicly discuss the memorandum, I'd be happy to do that. Y'all need to vote to waive attorney-client privilege though. And even then, I still need to caution you that if I feel that the conversation or exchange is still somehow putting the district's interest at jeopardy, I still may refuse to continue to opine in an open meeting. So I need to put that disclaimer out there. If you would like to have a completely candid discussion, then it's absolutely appropriate to go into executive session to discuss the memorandum. Again, the board has found that Ms. Fobb is, or her interest with respect to this matter are adverse to the district, so the board can exclude her from that executive session discussion. And then after you all conclude that executive session, if you want to come back out into open session and make a decision to include her, you can do that. That's how I would advise you to go about it. That's the only way I know how to do it fairly, so that the board directors who have the memorandum can discuss it with me openly, and then after y'all do so, y'all can come back in executive session, come back into open session to make a decision as to whether or not you want to talk about it openly and or change any of your decision making with respect to the resolution of censure. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, okay. I mean, and the reason why I bring this up is because what you drafted, and again, I don't want to disclose any of that, but I have an opinion based on that document. I haven't been able to read this 23-page, facts that were put together by other two board members, right? Now, so again, I don't want to disclose anything from that document unless we decide to agree to, I guess, disclose information that's client privilege within the scope of what's written in that document, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So how do we go about it? Should we just go into closed session first and then?
There's a motion on the table, so we have to.
Well, the motion is on the table and there is a second. However, I would argue that the board's desire to go into executive session absolutely trumps ongoing deliberations. You can retire in executive session anytime you need to.
So have you had a chance to read the memorandum? Have you had a chance to read it? I think it's a good idea to go into closed session and talk about this.
Okay. In that case, everybody needs to leave the room, including Ms. Fobb.
What's that? What's that?
Coping mechanism.
I know, I didn't expect it to be, I think I was looking for
We are back in open session. No decisions were made during executive session. So I believe if we are picking up where we left off, Director Fabb, I think you're the only one who hasn't spoken on the motion that's on the table.
Once again, I am the center of conversation, not included in it, and given no evidence whatsoever to support any claims. I didn't have a chance to read all 23 of your pages, but I did skim through some of it, and I see words like, "we highly suspect." There's so much conjecture in there and no evidence, it's disturbing. When that censure document was delivered, I asked Zach Evans for the evidence to support that censure. I asked why I was not given 72 hours notice and the evidence so I could defend myself. He to this day has not responded. So if all it's about is accusing without evidence to support it, then the Mandela effect takes effect. That's what's happening. So here is the real truth of the matter. My interests are not adverse to this district if the district is the people that elected us to be sitting in these chairs. I have always defended the rights of the people. So the comments from contractors that are not favorable might be because I question their tactics or their motives or what they're doing with their billing and their invoicing. That doesn't make my interests adverse. That makes me do my job. That's what I am here to do. I recognize that you like it all nice and sweet. That's just really not my personality. That's not who I am. I ask hard questions. I look at facts. And I make decisions based on that. And a lot of the accusations in there, wait until you read that 23 pages, that I have access to motor vehicle files, that I literally will take the time to go through 23 pages, and then I will identify every single mischaracterization in there. It is conjecture. It is not facts. And opinions, everybody has one. My role here is defined by protecting the people of this district from overreach, from an abuse of power, and literally to preserve and protect their tax dollars. And that's what I do. And I realize that it's not always well received, but I'm not going to stop doing the job I was elected to do. And if it doesn't meet with your approval, the allegations need to be founded. They need to be based in fact, not fiction. And these are fictitious. So again, I've not read all 23 pages. I haven't seen what Zach put out. We don't always have to agree.
That's your time, Ms. Hall, unless the board would like to allow you more time.
It's up to you.
I'm okay with it.
I don't know what more I can say. I haven't seen the allegations against me. I don't know the battle I'm fighting. I just have several people who make a lot of accusations that are unfounded. One thing I did do, I did scroll through and I saw a picture of 2 trash cans sitting on a sidewalk, and I was accused of putting them there. There's no picture of me, there's no picture of my car, but I am responsible for putting them there. That whole document reeks of that kind of stuff. And if you think that because I sit on this board, I'm not allowed to have an opinion, you're wrong. I do have an opinion, a strong opinion, about a lot of the business of this district. Past, present, and future. And I'm looking to make sure that what happened in the past never happens in the future. So that's really all I can say, unless I know what you're talking about or what you're looking at or Zach's opinion. I really can't defend. I can't defend a hypothetical. I can't defend something I haven't seen. So I've already presented what I thought was the reason for the censure. The parts that I've felt came from a communications policy violation filed by Megan. Everything else, if there's, in that 23-page document, I am not going to look at all those meeting videos because I hurt somebody's feelings or said something that wasn't so kind. That's not a reason. That's not a reason. So, again, I don't know what more to say to you. It's not going to stop me from doing what I was elected to do. That you can be sure of.
Madam President, can I address the board with Ms. Fox? You're not done?
Oh, I'm done, yes.
You mind, Madam President? So, a moment ago, you stated that you'd asked repeatedly.
I asked you one time.
You'd asked me about producing evidence regarding the resolution of censure. Do you recall what my responses were to you?
Will do.
No.
That wasn't a will do, because I get a lot of those.
I'm talking about the response that I made when you asked that question in an open session. Let me just refresh your memory. What I responded to was that I was not going to produce that information for you because the board had made a policy decision that your interests were first to the districts. Now, if a majority of this board had directed me to give you that information, I absolutely would have, but that's not what happened. So that's in response to your comment a minute ago. But you also said that you don't have any facts personally, or haven't seen any facts that support the resolution of censure. And I can only speak to items that I have personally been here to witness or to be involved in. And so I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. Do you recall the email exchange I had with you regarding the installation of mailboxes in the district?
Were you called residents, sovereign citizens, that email?
Yes.
Yes, I remember
that. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely.
I do remember that.
And do you recall on February 18th of last year stating to me, all right, I will share your email with the Mr. and Mrs. Bowers. They are aware of your decision for the board. Thanks. Do you recall that email?
I do.
Okay. And did you have the permission of the majority of this board to share my communications at that time?
I did not, but I didn't share that email either. When you told me that it was privileged, I said, well, just in time, I hadn't shared it. But you will remember my email to you where I said, by what authority do you have to overturn the decision of a board? Because we had voted to do this project. You had been on board, hired for 2 days.
I'm still asking you questions.
I need to respond to
And
you.
you've responded. This is what I'm talking about, directors. This is what I'm talking about. The board would like me to continue. I will. I do have more questions. And I will wrap it up briefly. What I'm not going to do is this back and forth. I'm not going to have the floor taken from me so Ms. Fobb can monopolize my time that the board has given me. So with the board's permission, I'd like to continue, and I will wrap this up promptly.
I'm fine.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey. Do you recall in our email exchange, Ms. Fobb, you indicating that you did not see anything in my email indicating that the information I was transmitting to you constituted legal advice?
Yes.
Do you recall reading in my email, underneath my signature block, it's on every single email that goes out, a notice in bold that states, this email contains information that is confidential, proprietary, privileged, and otherwise legally protected from disclosure. Do you recall reading that?
I can't say that I do.
Okay. That's all I have.
I can't say that I do. But I would like to make a comment to follow up with what you just said. If that in fact is true, then all these documents that are out here on this board share drive is open to every person in this room. Maybe not the Sage, but certainly Herb's on that, and Mackenzie and Stephanie and the board, and people from your office. So if all of anything that comes off his desk is privileged, your invoices and all that material you put out there is now open It's now open to the public.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
I didn't give Herb privilege. Privilege belongs to the
Let him
client.
answer.
That is an incorrect statement. You are incorrect. McKinsey, as a representative of Infomark, Sage, as a representative of this district, Gray, as a representative of this district, they're all agents of the district. They are beholden to attorney-client privilege the same way you are. They don't get to make decisions the same way you don't get to make decisions personally about waiving attorney-client privilege. They are beholden to the same obligations. That is why, after you submitted arguments to the Attorney General on April 18th, unilaterally, sua sponte, without any permission from this board, that's why the Attorney General ruled in the district's favor to allow those email communications to be withheld because they were attorney-client privileged. Do you recall drafting a briefing to the board on April 18th, or excuse me, to the Office of the Attorney General on April 18th?
Yes, I do. Because you mischaracterized who was in the meeting, or who was on the distribution of that email, you said it was attorneys and one director. It was not all attorneys. You did not identify
Yet the
McKinsey.
Attorney General still ruled in the district's favor. Stop.
No,
I'm speaking. This is what I'm talking about right here.
it's one-way dialogue.
The Attorney General ruled in the district's favor because they recognize under law, because it is law, that they are beholden to the same attorney-client privilege that you are. That's all I have, Mr. President.
I would like to add that my obligation is to make sure you present facts to the Attorney General, and when you sent that message, I would like to make one final comment.
Would the board like to give Director Faub more time? We have 3 directors.
This is not a debate. This is not dialogue when all the communication is coming from one direction. My obligation to the people of this district is to make sure things are done right. Your letter to the Attorney General, Zach Evans, was in error. And as I recall, and I believe it's published here, the Attorney General did admonish you for not identifying the participants of that email correctly. They did make a comment that you had messed up on that. Yes, they did agree it was still privileged. But they did add language in their email, in their message back to you, that it was misidentified. So I have an obligation to correct the mistakes that I see.
Show me where in that opinion.
I'm not going to show that to you right
I'm
this,
looking
but
at
I
it
will.
right now.
Well,
I'm
good
looking
for
at it
you.
right now, and I would like to know where the Attorney General made such
I
a
will send
finding.
it to you tomorrow.
And even if they had, it's absolutely irrelevant because the HE ruled.
I have
in
the floor
district's
right now.
opinion.
I have the floor. And
I'm
my
done.
point
Okay.
is,
I'm done.
All right.
I have an obligation to bring errors to the forefront. That's my job.
Okay, I think this discussion is done. We have a motion on the table. So let's call the vote on that motion.
Director Flores.
Yes.
Director Faub.
Yes.
Director Jones.
No,
Director Avila.
I'm not ready until I review the 23 pages that were sent today, this afternoon.
Is that a negative vote then, sir?
That's a negative vote.
Ms. Dudo.
No.
Motion fails. I believe y'all are now on item number 11, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Item 11, Director Flores' interactions with district consultants. Who asked for this on the agenda?
Ms. Jones, please.
Okay. Director,
did put it on there, I didn't put a thing together for that.
Yes, ma'am.
We can do
would you like to introduce that?
that.
Agenda item?
I I just think because we're all new, that maybe we should just bring it back up, that when it's something that I heard you talk about earlier, but to put a motion in place that we need to stay in our committees. And if you have questions, you bring it to the committee, not to other people. So, and that's part of what our jobs are. So it's not a bad thing, it's just staying in our lane. So.
Okay. Is there any motion associated with that or any further discussion?
I'd like to make a motion that we go to the committees if we have questions, instead of going to our contractors.
We can't.
We have to do something.
What, did something happen that brought this to, what was it specifically that?
Okay, hold on. Director Jones made a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Okay. Director Flores.
My question is, what prompted this to come on the agenda?
It was a parks question that
Parks.
could have been brought to the committee,
So,
instead of going to Infomart. It should be coming to the committee or at the board meeting. You can bring it up and ask questions.
so I can't ask, she's referring to me going to the park one day, finding the tech there, and I spoke to the tech. Happy New Year's, how was your New Year's? What happened, what's the status on the bathrooms? How often do you change, when is it your day you change out the garbage, you pull it? I recorded the conversation. I record all my conversations with people because people throw allegations out there. It's just what I do to protect myself from allegations. So, and I can send it to you, so this way you know exactly what happened. So, to me, bring this up to me, I feel like I'm being silenced, that I have to go through a proper chain of command, or I have to talk to certain individuals. I can't talk to these individuals. To me, you're violating my ability to speak, my First Amendment right. How can you tell me who I can and cannot speak to?
I can't go to Herb and tell him to do things. I can't go, I'm not on any of his committees.
Okay.
So, it's just, I feel that it's a personal thing, that it's on here because I talk to everybody.
I think it's just important that we all talk about it so we know what we can and can't do.
Okay,
It was not an attack.
let's just avoid back and forth. Are you asking a question of Director
No,
Jones?
it was a statement. I didn't ask a question. It was just a statement
Okay.
that I feel that it's a personal thing. She was there. She drove up. She saw me talking to him. And then, coincidentally, Mackenzie calls, and I let him go about his business. I didn't want to interrupt his workflow. I didn't want to interrupt his day. But I think as a director, I should have the right to be able to ask some questions. Limiting who I can and cannot speak to, and who can respond to me, who can't respond to me. It's just not right. It's if I ask Mackenzie a question, should she not respond to me? And I feel like it's a trend that if you have opposing opinions, people are not going to work with you. So it's very upsetting that I see this on there, and it's just I feel like it's becoming. I'm going down the path that she has gone down, and I feel that that's what I feel like. They're gunning for me. They want me silenced, and that's where we're going. And
It's not what it's about at all.
Okay, are you finished?
Thank you.
Okay. I think it would just be helpful, since we do have two new directors, if we could just kind of reiterate the rules with respect to committees, how they work procedurally, how that relates to interactions with contractors, because there are situations where certain contractors are really only supposed to work with the committee that is assigned to them, so that we're avoiding additional costs. to the district. That's not true for all our contractors. I guess, Mr. Evans, could you help us just sort of like reiterate the basic guidelines about committees and how directors who are not on a committee are kind of supposed to interact with contractors, how they bring issues to the table if they have a concern that's.
I would just generally say that it's not the place of individual directors to be interacting with district consultants and explaining to them what they should or should not be doing.
Okay.
If the board has a director for a contractor, that's the board's business. But the problem or confusion that you may create if you have individual directors going around asking questions, giving directives, whatnot, to consultants who don't know that they don't answer to one director, they may be confused that the board directed them to do that thing, or the board is making that inquiry. So that's the biggest thing, is that an individual director does not speak for the board unless the board has delegated that authority to that particular director.
Okay. Does that help, especially the new directors? I realize you're still trying to figure out how the committees work and.
I think every director here should have a right to ask questions and ask for documents to be produced. I am concerned of one director giving directives to contractors. But if Linda wants to see the invoices, I mean, I don't see why can't we give her the invoices and have her dedicate all the time of her life to look over invoices. I run on accountability. And so I think every director here should have the right to ask for information.
Okay, so just to point out, Director Avila.
Director is a different thing.
Okay.
Going to McKenzie and telling her, you got to do this, that's a different thing.
We do have another agenda item specifically about access to information.
Yeah.
So we can absolutely talk about that then if you want, more specifically.
Right.
Yeah, this is different.
So can you restate your motion? Because I
Sure.
think I've heard you.
Well, all that I'm trying to share is that, it's the way that I was always taught, is that when you have questions, you bring them to the board, instead of going to the contractors, or we can put it up on the Google Drive, or, whatever we need to do, but he's not on those committees, and you're not on those committees, Linda's not on those committees, to be able to go to the contractors to get the information.
Once again, if I ask a committee, I'm worried that I'm going to be at risk of having a quorum. That's why I don't ask the committee, because I'll send you, say, hey, this, don't respond. Okay,
Right.
But I cannot ask you questions, I believe, right? That, to me, I am worried about having a quorum, and I don't want to ask questions. So, if I have a question, that's why I want to go, hey, Ms. Scales, can you answer this for me? And then she has to go, I feel like she has to go to the committee and be like, can I answer this question? Just feel like.
Yeah, I think we're kind of conflating two separate issues here.
Okay.
Remind me what the motion was again.
It was, if directors have questions about district consultants' duties, they are to direct those questions to the pertinent committees. Does that adequately capture your motion,
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
So that'll violate.
Yeah, that violates quorum, so.
Why would we?
Then how do
So
we
if David
reword
wants
that?
to ask us a question, that'll be a code violation.
Right. If I could suggest that you rescind the motion, we don't take action on this item, it's just for discussion and reminder, and then we can have a discussion about access to records, which is its own
We're just coming up,
thing.
that's fine.
I would like my 3 minutes on this one.
Okay?
for quorum reasons, that doesn't work, and waiting 30 days to get a question answered in a formal board meeting, that doesn't work either. And there's a real misconception that committees make decisions. They don't. They're advisory only. So you bring your review of bills and invoices to this district or to the board, and you say, we've looked at them, they're good, we recommend payment. Well, I may look at them differently, and I may not agree with your decision, and I need an opportunity, rather than tie up hours in a meeting, to send my concerns directly to the people who are handling that business and ask for an explanation. Why is this check in this amount? Why have I not seen an answer to the invoice that was held from last month? I ask questions that never get answers, and a lot of that, and that's from not just Infomark. I haven't had an answer from Sage in almost a full year. They don't answer any of my questions. They don't work for a committee. They work for the board, as do all of these contractors. And so any member of this board, we are all equals, and we have an equal right to the information that these contractors hold, and they have an obligation to answer us. I'm not suggesting directing them or incurring any money. When you tell, even a committee can't obligate this district to money unless it's within your limits. $200 for deed enforcement, $1,000 for her, $1,000 for legal. You can't obligate the funds of this district without a vote of the board. That's the rules. I didn't write the rules. So your suggestion that we come to the committee, that's not going to work. It's not going to work because there's 30 days between board meetings. I have questions all the time. I expect contractors to answer, which is why I have number 12 on the list. And if we can't, if I don't know who's directed them, other than the censure is a policy that gives contractors an option to not respond to me and not deliver anything to me. And that, I believe, violates some other things that I'll have to dig deeper into, which is, again, why I've got this on the agenda. You can't withhold information from somebody who's sitting on this board just because you don't like what I'm going to say, or just because you don't want to hear what I have to say about an issue. We should be able to deliberate. Not everybody take 3 minutes, but actually have a conversation and debate an issue. We don't do that.
We can do that here, but we've never been allowed to go out and talk to other people.
3 minutes.
Of course, we can.
Would you, did you rescind your motion? Okay. Agenda item 12, Director's access to district records. This was yours, Director Cobb, so go ahead.
In the folder out there that says agenda item number 12, I have put in there a memorandum from Bob Heath that identified the laws and the Attorney General's opinions that all directors have access to all records of the district unless that director is involved in litigation, and then only matters pertaining to that litigation can be withheld. There's a memo from Bill Flickinger that he sent to all district consultants informing them of that very same thing. Texas attorneys general have consistently concluded that a member of a governing body has an inherent right of access to all records of that body when requested in the member's official capacity and for the member's performance of official duties. I have shared with you 6 attorney general's opinions that make that clear. My understanding is that courts will not interfere with the rules of a board in the absence of a clear showing of arbitrary action or abuse of discretion. The resolution of censure constitutes a policy of this board to interfere in my official duties by including language that the district's consultants are under no duty to interact with me, whether in person or in writing. This has resulted in withholding of records that are necessary in the performance of my duties by 2 consultant contractors and the district's general counsel. However, each member of a governing board has the legal responsibility of a fiduciary in the management of funds under the control of institutions subject to the board's control and management. Look at Water Code 49 and 52 for the role, oh, that was my note, never mind, I didn't do that. I was gonna look for the specific roles and responsibilities. My point is, I have given you everything you need to see that by the opinions of 6, I believe, separate attorneys general for the state of Texas and Texas Government Code, all directors have a right of access to all records of this district. So when I ask a contractor, whether I'm on a committee or not, for records, they have an obligation to deliver those records to me in a timely manner. And that's why this is on this agenda. So I don't need to do a motion to care for this because the law is behind me on this one. And now what needs to happen is I'd like to know who's directing these people, Sage Management in particular, who's been withholding records from me for over a year. Who's directing them to not release records to me? Who's telling McKinsey that I can't have bills and invoices until after the Bills and Invoice Committee has looked at them? That's not going to change what I'm going to see.
They aren't prepared until the committee meeting. That is the deadline
That's,
for preparation.
that should be the same day I receive them.
It is whenever they've reviewed them, we let the committee review them first, because at that point, they make their edits, and then it goes to you, and you can make any further edits you might see.
I want to see exactly what the committee sees. I don't want anything presented to me that has been scrubbed or torn apart. I want to see exactly the records. If they came into this district and are presented to that committee, I want to see that too.
It's a double work. but that's
I don't
fine.
care.
The thing is, you're gonna
Madam President.
contract
Okay.
your work as well.
Please.
Okay, so
Email.
couple of things I'll say. So with respect to Director Faub, the situation is different than for any other director because of the censure. Per the censure, which is still currently in place, the directors are not, or the contractors are not obligated to communicate with you. Now, that is different than providing you with information, and what Ms. Scales and Mr. Evans and I worked on since the last meeting was putting together a drive so that information that you request can be uploaded and you can have access to that information, and we can avoid any interaction. Now, I don't know how that resolves if you come back with a bunch of questions, but you do have access to the information. So that has been resolved.
I don't have access to the information.
I believe, Ms. Scales, didn't you
It's
upload?
everything that I've shared with you on the.
I have not seen a deed violation report in 9 months.
Something I can provide you.
Yes.
You're on
So-
the drive.
So deed restriction stuff. Mr. Evans, do we have any, we didn't make, do you recall, we don't have any separate motion related to, we have no executive session, right? But nothing separate formally in place that prevents deed restriction enforcement information from going to Director
That
Faub?
was a subsequent vote you all made after adopting the resolution of censure, if I recall correctly. I have to go back and look at the record.
Okay, so we will double check that. That may be why you're not getting information for deed restriction enforcement.
There was a motion to withhold, if I believe correctly, it was done after the censure. It was that same meeting. It was
Okay.
a motion from the board to not.
You cannot override the law. You can't, this board
So,
does not
okay,
have the
we're
authority
not-
to
we're
do
not-
that.
We're not arguing. I will pose the question to Mr. Evans. Do we have the right to withhold the information that we withheld
No.
with respect to deed restriction enforcement, or?
You have a right to exclude her from executive
Yes.
session if you believe that her interests are adverse to the district's.
Okay,
And unless and until a court or the TCEQ comes down and tells us otherwise, your policy-making decision is valid. Period. Full stop.
so we didn't have
As
anything.
far as access to the record
Yeah.
is concerned, Absolutely, the Attorney General opinions absolutely make clear that
Right.
a member of a governmental body has an inherent right, is the term they use. Actually, yes. Anyway, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So, but there's nothing in law that requires a governmental entity's consultants to personally interact or to respond to questions of the members of that individual body. The records solution that we discussed, I think, gets Ms. Fogg the information that she's entitled to and prevents the district consultants from having to interact with her if they so choose.
Okay. So, and that will go for deed restriction enforcement information as well. So we have an active folder on the drive already. That has been recently updated with the most recent information from Sage Management. So
So it's current, because there was 9 months missing.
it was, I believe, Mr. Flores, you asked for October, November, December, is that correct? So they uploaded those months to that drive, because that was specifically what you asked for.
I'll just wait for my time.
So are there separate drives for everybody?
No. No. It's just on the Google Drive.
I have, do you have access to those? Because you're saying you don't.
All I see is up till May. That's the last time I've had any information for deed enforcement. It was May of 2021.
Okay, so we're talking about two different things.
No, those are records that I've asked for. I ask for them every month almost. I stopped asking 2 months ago because
Okay.
it's pointless. But
2 months ago was 2 months ago. So this was just uploaded, so the information should be in the current folder that you already have access to, because it's the old folder that we used to upload stuff to from
They were filed as
Phil Flickinger.
January 11th, 12th, 13th, 17th of this month.
Yes. So the information is there.
It was just recently uploaded.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
Can I speak to this?
Yes.
We have a directive, because our contract is in limbo, because of the election, because we were asked to wait for the new board. We had a directive to combine October, November, and December into one report. We had to finish it December and then post it.
Yes, but it was all those months. So all those months' data is on the drive now. So
but she just said one report, so are they lumped all together?
it's one
Shouldn't
report.
it be properly to have them all separate, like every other
We
one?
had a directive to put them all together,
And there are dates associated with everything.
Who
So.
directed you?
the committee.
So, moving forward, it shouldn't be an issue. Director Avila, did you have any minute to say?
I agree. I'm not for withholding any information from any director at all. I think Linda, you, anybody has a right to ask the contractor to produce information that pertains to making a decision here. And so if there's nothing that restricts that, and then why do we have something in writing to censure a director from requesting information that, it's part of helping everybody making a decision. So,
Can I
So
say
that's-
something to that? We had to last year because they were going to people's homes with the information. And so
point of order,
Catherine asked.
Point of order.
misleading.
What is misleading? I'm sorry.
The statement is not based in fact. There's no evidence of that.
Tell me the statement again, please.
That we were going to people's doors, really? With information? No, not true. Not true.
Stand by.
I won't say anymore.
You're withdrawing your comment then, Ms. Jones? So,
Sure.
do I understand correctly?
sure.
Okay.
I want to ask, is there any reason why any of the contractors would withhold information from a director? Do you find any reason, I would start with McCancy, if you have any reason why to withhold information from from Linda that has experienced any issue whatsoever in the past.
There's never been a time that I've been uncomfortable to provide information to Linda. It's the how-to make it accessible to everybody and make it viewable for all of you to see the way that these things are requested. So I provide the request from Linda as well as the supporting documents for the request. And that's how it was determined and when we discussed to put it on the Google Drive. So, no, I don't ever feel like there's a time where I shouldn't respond to Linda or David or any of you for that matter. It's just a matter of getting it out there for the full board to see it was important for me.
I mean, I can kind of get at the inefficiency of, asking for an email, hey, can you produce certain documents? And then coming back with 100 questions of all the documents. My concern is the amount of time wasted, but if that's the case, I kind of see that, and we need to put some limits to that.
Extend your time. I'm okay with extending the time.
Okay, so I understand putting maybe some limits to that, but I'm not in agreement with withholding information whatsoever, So, anybody else?
Can you ask Sage that question? Can you ask Sage that question?
We don't withhold information, but if something has been escalated to legal, we cannot release it. It goes to legal.
Gotcha.
Because we're out of the picture by then. And then we get requests for stuff that does not exist. For example, I got an email requesting a list regarding something that a resident had sent to her, and we had no knowledge of that list. So I can't produce something that doesn't exist.
Again, I have no idea what she's talking about.
That's all I have.
Okay. Did you speak yet? Did everybody speak?
I did not.
Okay. I don't think we had a motion.
David didn't speak.
Did you? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
This question is to Sage Management. Did y'all receive my email on 1/8/23? No, you haven't gotten anything? Okay. Ms. Dudo, you stated that I asked you for some reports, and you said you were aware of that request.
Mm-hmm.
And where did that request come from? Where did you get that information, that I requested that information?
I thought you emailed it to me. Didn't you email me?
So I did. So I emailed Sage on 1/8/23 saying, "Good day, Sage Management. If you could please send me December's reports when it becomes available. Please continue to send me the reports every month going forward. Thank you for your cooperation." No response. So, no response. I sent that to you. And your reply was, let's see if I can pull it up here. My email to you was, "Good morning, Madam President. I don't understand the holdup with the records that exist. I need the records for this upcoming meeting." And you said, "Yes, I am aware of this request." So to me, my understanding was that you already knew of this request prior to me emailing you.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, and that
Yeah.
must have come from Sage.
I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So this is where I find the dilemma is that you say you haven't received anything from me, but yet Ms. Dudo, hold on, I'm not done, hold on. So Ms. Dudo stating that she's aware of this leads me to believe that you already knew, you reached out to her and said, "Hey, I got an email from David." So for you to say that you haven't received anything, it's kind of just a little taken back. I'm pretty sure I got the email correct. But this is the example of people withholding information. It's very important to have this information and have contractors that actually work with all directors. And so, it just doesn't sit well with me.
Did you get the information? Is it on the drive?
I think the issue is that Sage did not respond. The lack of professionalism, a response, acknowledged, thank you, got it, we will. That is my issue. I think all the information that may I ask for some more time, please?
Looking at it.
I think all the information that is available to the board should be available to the board at the same time it's available to bills and invoices. It's hit that drive, it's available to all of us. No question about it. There's amendments, changes to bills, well, in the Google Drive, all you gotta put it is once in there and it's available to all of us. Why can't we all see the same thing? I don't think that one committee should be seeing something and, to me, we're transparent, open government. We should not be hiding things. We all equal, like Linda said, we're all equal. So I think we really need to work on having it all available to all of us at the same time, all the information equally. So I'm glad to hear that the 9 months that were missing out of Sage's folder is now there. I look forward to seeing every month's report in there, in that shared drive. I think that's pretty much it. I have
Are the 9 months there?
I have to check according to.
Did you guys upload 9 months?
Did you upload 9 months, or did you just upload the most recent?
They have all been uploaded up until we got the directive to combine them.
Okay.
For every committee meeting, they were all uploaded. The committee had hard copies, and then we did an electronic copy to the
Okay, to the committee folder or to, because there's a committee folder and there's
Google
no.
Drive that
See, there
we
shouldn't
sent
be-
things into.
No, there do need to be committee folders because committees sometimes have working products that are not even remotely ready for. They're in
But
the
that's
middle of-
information. That's information that is the board is allowed to see. If I want to see all pictures and all violations that Sage has done
That's-
before the committee gets to decide yes a violation, no a violation, yes a violation, I want to see those. I want to see all the work that Sage produces.
The information that they're uploading is the work that they produce, Jimmy.
But you just said that you have two
You
different.
made a distinction that the committee is working on. You want to see all the pictures, but not every picture is a violation, because some of the pictures have to be looked at by the committee and say, how do you all feel about this? This is a borderline issue. And that's fine.
I want to see all your work, all of it.
Me too.
But if a picture never goes beyond that, you want to see it anyway?
That's what, yeah. And I will see what gets put in the report, and obviously those are the determination that the committee has made that they are a violation. I want to know what you're taking pictures of and see what is, well, okay, that's questionable, okay, and let me see what the committee decides. That's the only way I can hold a committee accountable to see, this is what you brought to their table, this is what they decided, and that's the only way I can compare what the committee does and what you bring to the table. I want to see all of it.
Expiration of another
Okay.
3 minutes,
Thank you.
Madam President.
All right.
Well, now you get them all.
Okay. Agenda item 14, engineers report, Mr. Edmonds.
Are you skipping 14 or 13?
Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry.
Can we do his?
Yes, well, he's
Yes.
gonna stay for 13 too, so would you like to take, which order would you like?
You go ahead and do 13.
Okay, all right, we'll do 13.
It's already here for the night.
Yeah,
No, he made a lot of money.
okay. RFP for deed restriction enforcement services.
I'll do a motion.
Okay, let me introduce that first since there's some kind of interesting stuff going on.
Madam President, can I make a statement before the board engages?
Yes.
In your discussion.
Yes.
As always, I'm recusing myself from participation in this item, but I'm no longer going to inconvenience myself by walking outside and standing in the parking lot while y'all deliberate on matters. I'm not under any obligation to do so. I've done it just to make clear to God and the world that I'm not involved in those discussions. Ms. Fobb inaccurately told the state bar that I somehow lingered in the hall and then knew magically when to come back in after y'all were deliberating one item. And then I had to send them the video where it showed that I walked outside and somebody came and got me. So my attempt to make clear to everyone that I was recusing myself from the deliberations, even by leaving the room, Ms. Fobb took an opportunity to make a false statement to the state bar. And so if I go through those extreme measures and she still wants to make misrepresentations to the state bar, I ain't going anywhere. These are public meetings. I can sit outside and watch y'all on live feed if I wanted to. So I'm not going anywhere. That's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so during the meeting last month when we discussed the Sage Management contract, there was a question about whether or not the Deed Restriction Committee had solicited bids for the contract based on a board conversation and decision that took place back in June. Director Jones at the time said that the committee had solicited those bids, but immediately after the meeting, after she'd had some time to think about it some more, she realized that she had misremembered what happened. Those solicitations never took place. So, as a committee, we went back, we reviewed the original discussion from June. We decided that we were going to solicit those bids as was intended. But then, after we looked closely at the contract scope, it was clear that since the amount of the contract was going to be over $75,000, we decided that despite the motion from December directing Sage Management to bring the board a revised contract to review, we needed to instead take a step back and, as per the law and Mr. Evans' advice from that discussion in June, issue an RFP for that contract. So Director Jones and I have worked on a draft RFP, which was in your board packets for tonight. And the committee would like to get board feedback on that RFP this evening and hopefully be in a position to properly advertise that RFP. Okay. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion.
Go ahead.
Motion to allow the DRC to work with McKinsey and Herb to issue the RFP as presented or advertised.
Okay, I will second that motion. So, discussion. Director Jones, did you want to add anything to what I said?
I'll be excited to get out there. It's something that we've been working on for a very long time, and that's where I made the mistake on that. So it would be nice to finally get things moving the right way. Yeah. So.
Okay. Director Avila.
If we can, I think it's important that we consider the prior RFP sort of model, make sure we follow that same model process. I think that's important that we do. Again, we want to make sure we're equitable, giving everybody the same opportunity. I think that's important that we follow the same model for this as well. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Yeah, and the model that we used for this one was a combination of one that Mr. Edmondson sent, which was from a very old RFP we sent out, I think in 2007 for deed restriction services, combined with just some other more standard language stuff from the one that we issued for legal counsel last year. Okay, Director Fobb, comments.
The RFP put on the shared drive only 4 hours prior to this meeting has requirements that are unnecessary to perform this function. It is not necessary that the service provider speak Spanish. That is not a requirement for any other contractor, and we do have 2 board directors that are fluent should the need arise. It is also unnecessary that the service provider have experience with local governments or MUDs. Interpreting the deed instrument is no different inside of a MUD, an HOA, a POA, city, county, or state. What is a necessary requirement is that the provider be capable of reading conditions, covenants, and restrictions and applying them consistently, and to be able to produce correspondence that is grammatically correct and consistent with the provisions of the deed. That the provider be able to work with all members of the board, not just a committee. That they produce invoices monthly in accordance with the state comptroller's requirement for invoices and in accordance with their contract. These skills must be demonstrated with examples attached to the RFP. The draft RFP as written limits the pool of applicants, which is contrary to a competitive bidding process. If the intent is to seek responsible, professional deed enforcement services, then the requirement should be written to obtain a large pool of applicants. This draft does not appear to do that. Appendix A is not attached to the draft. The committee needs to generate a scoring document that the board can use to evaluate and assign weights to. Again, if you plan to accept electronic bids, the district will need to adopt procedures to do that first. It's written in 49.2731, procedures for electronic bids. I believe the Sage Management contract stipulates that a 90-day notice is necessary to terminate. The creation of an RFP, including board review before being advertised, putting the proposal out for bid, and selecting a successful bidder can be accomplished by April of 2023. We should position the district to enter into a new contract with the successful bidder while adhering to the terms outlined in Sage's contract. I have a motion to do that after this motion is done. I feel really strongly that an RFP that puts requirements in there or that omits the requirements of the job and adds things that are not essential for the job, there is nothing to gain if they've worked for a MUD before. They are not in the governing body. They do not make decisions at this level. They are literally contractors hired to take pictures, write letters, and provide reports. That's all the requirement is of the job. We need to make sure we have somebody who can actually do that successfully and consistently and equitably every single time. And I think that's the most important thing.
Okay, Mr. Flores.
I looked over the draft. Is there something that who do I direct this question to? Madam President, is there something that prompted the deed restriction committee to have dash cam as a qualification to the bid?
No, I just think that since deed restriction enforcement is somewhat controversial always, and it certainly has been in this district for some time, that it felt like it was in the best interest of everybody to have the dash cam footage.
Okay. Well, I think that it would limit the prospective bidders, because it's not a very common thing, I would think, in deed enforcement, that there's dash cam. But, you know, I've stated before that I think it's important that we, as a board, discuss what deed enforcement looks like. It's not done equitably. We have HOAs that don't enforce overnight parking. We have sections that don't have overnight parking. So I think overnight parking deed restriction is something that is very controversial, and some people want it, some people don't. But if we don't do it in Hunter's Glen 1, we don't do it in Lakeline Oaks because they requested not to, so why are we continuing to do it in the rest of the district? It's just, so I think we need to go over what are we looking for in deed enforcement, and do we still want the overnight parking? And is there something funny, Ms. Jones? May you elaborate on that comical statement I made?
Okay. Can we please just stick to
So, I'm just very worried about the approach to what goes out there that qualifies certain individuals. I think I don't want to limit and scare people off because they added too much. In the past, GPS tracking was a requirement. The contract was amended, and that was taken out. So I don't want that to happen again. I don't want things to be put on there that limit the people that bid, and then later on, oh, let's just change it. That's not fair to everybody. So that is a concern of mine. Thank you.
Okay. Based on anything that you've heard, Director Jones, do you want to amend your motion, or would you like to just keep it as is?
Keep it as is.
Okay.
But I would also like to add that it's important that we keep the deeds in place that people want. In some areas, people want some things that are different.
Okay. Let's call the vote.
All right, and just as a reminder, and just for the record, as I've got it recorded, Ms. Jones's motion was to direct the DRC to work with Infomark and Gray to produce an RFP and publish notice thereof for deed restriction services. Is that accurate? Okay. Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Avi?
Yes, provided that we follow the same, right? Okay, yes.
I was about to say, I can't let you make a conditional vote.
Yeah, no. Just want
Okay.
to make sure I'm here.
So you know what the parameters are going, something like that. Ms. Dudo?
Yes.
Ms. Favre?
I'm confused. I'm unsure of how to vote because I'm not sure what are you going to put out what they've already drafted? You're going to fix it? You're going to correct it to just requirements?
Is that a no?
I don't understand what we're voting on. The document that we've
The
seen?
motion was to direct the DRC.
No, then my vote is no.
Okay. And Mr. Flores?
No.
Ayes have it.
Okay. All right. Now, the engineer's report.
All right, we have a couple of items as discussed in our infrastructure committee meeting. It's just not as a tab, it's not paged, but the first item, I forget. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Here it is.
All right, now we're good. Takes a softer touch. All right, based on out of that committee meeting, the infrastructure and for David and Illinois' benefit, this first item was actually was paid under your bills and invoices. But any project that our office is involved with, as far as processing any kind of invoices, I want to make sure that we bring that to the board so that they understand where we're at with the job. So that's the recommendation from the committee was to ask the board to consider payment to Westar Construction in the approved amount of $40,115. And that reflects the completion of the DG trail maintenance at the Hatch Pond and London Lane Pond that the work was done on. So I don't know if you want to go ahead and take care of that one, and then we'll go to the second one. However you would like to handle that.
Why don't you do them separately, just in case the vote goes the opposite direction on the second one?
Okay, so just to be clear, we need a motion to approve.
To pay Westar Construction that amount, $40,115.
Okay, a motion to pay Westar Construction in the amount of $40,115. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion. Director Jones, do you have anything?
Yeah.
Director Avila?
No.
Okay, Director Cobb?
Does this end I noticed Hatch Pond only got the corners done, so that's not done.
No, that was the limit of Hatch Pond. It wasn't the entire circle.
But the rest of it is a mess.
What was addressed per the committee and the board was to take care of the bad areas, where the grass is completely overgrown and where it was actually out. I mean, that's what was addressed.
Yeah.
Because of cost.
So there's more work to do on that pond?
In the future, you'll have work on the VG trails. all
Forever,
throughout this district.
forever,
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. So is this the check that Priscilla
Yes.
added at the end? All right, that's all I have.
Director Flores.
Thank you. I'm going to assume that you went out there and checked it out. I really didn't like the compaction in the Hatch Pond. No, not Hatch Pond. The London Lane Dog Park. You know, we have dogs that run there. It's already starting to spread all over the place. And it's only been, how long since it's been done, completed? Maybe a month or so. I'm just not happy with the way that the final product came out at that pond. They used a roller to compact the DG trails on Hatch Pond, which put in a good compression on it and doesn't move. But the one on London Lane, since it's such a steep slope, I believe that they must have had, I wouldn't have risked sending a roller down there and having it stuck or whatever. So do you know if they used the roller or they used a compactor just to compact it down?
It was the roller.
Was it the roller? And that?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Yeah, the quality of the work on the London Lane, Megan goes there almost daily. Her dogs run there. And Megan, have you seen that it's starting to kind of holes already and starting to move around? And so, you know, it needed it. I agree. They did the job. We're going to pay them. It's just not completely happy with the final product of what happened. But you know, they did the job. You know, that's just my opinion. You know, I don't know if you've gone and seen it, which, you know, you're not part of the Parks Committee, so it really, why would you? You know, you're not aware. You know, but to me, parks are very, you know, I like building things. I like making things that, you know, outside. I've worked in a golf course, so to that, it's just very particular to me that it wasn't great like the Hatch Pond. But other than that, you know, they did what they set out to do. They did the scope of the work. I'm just not completely happy with the decision that the Parks Committee brought to only do part of Hatch Pond. It looks great in a certain section, then it stops, and then it looks like, you know, it did before. But I guess it's going to take some time to get it fixed. So that's all I have. I appreciate it.
If I could, I'd like to address that with Director Flores. Part of the big difference between the London Lane Pond and the Hatch Pond, or actually any of the other locations, has to do with the dogs and their claws and
I
their
agree.
paws.
Yeah.
So you are not going to get long-term compaction at that location because of the type of use that goes on there. I just want to throw that out there.
You got greyhounds running over there full speed, making those corners, man. They're going to tear things up.
It does make a difference.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate that.
Is there something else we could use?
With concrete, that's about the only other thing you're going to get that's going to hold up the dogs.
And you can't put that on top of a detention pond, can you?
No, ma'am.
I didn't think so.
Okay. Let's call the vote on that one.
Just raise hands. It's unanimous.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, and the next item that was discussed, or that was being discussed to bring to the board, were the bid tabs, were the actual bids for the Hatch Pond lift station maintenance, or Hatch lift station maintenance. Pond just rolls out of my mouth, I can't think of it. We bid that, and the bids, actually, as you can see in your packet, they came in substantially higher than was anticipated. The bulk of that really appears just to have to do with that cost increase across the board with everything that's going on. I've talked to the actual main vendor that was providing numbers to the general contractors, and you know, his numbers are there. I mean, the electrical stuff has just substantially grown in cost. Based on that cost and that review, as well as the previous reviews we've done on the actual cost of maintenance that's going on at that lift station, at this time, and like also because it's way out of budget of what this item was, is to postpone this, because honestly, spending $500,000 for something that you're spending about $10,000 a year on maintenance, it's the payout's not there right now. And you know, if you delay it, I don't know what the costs are going to do. But if you delayed it 1 year, I don't think you'd see too much of a substantial difference in cost. But at the same time, there's no guarantee of that. It's just hard to justify the $500,000 at this time for that project. So that's really what we discussed and came up with. And so I believe the recommendation from the infrastructure committee is going to be to postpone this to the next fiscal year. And then you could come up with the additional funds where it is a full budget item, not just having to rob Peter to pay Paul.
I have questions.
Okay.
I was under the impression that we were just going to pull the electrical out for now, because that was the biggest problem with that lift station was electrical issues. And I did get a look at all the invoices, work orders, if you will, for that lift station for, I think I looked at a 3-year window, and it was $122,000 in 3 years on repairs to that lift station. I don't know where the cost break is. Miraculously, it hasn't had much need of repair since Alterman came in with their $36,000 invoice and worked on those pumps. But I think if it starts to fail, again, it is the oldest piece in the district, is that right? It is the oldest lift station. And its operation is essential to health and safety. So I don't know how much, I only looked at 3 years. It would be interesting to look at the life of that lift station to see what's been put in there. But at some point, you just can't ignore it anymore. It is, again, a critical asset in this district. So, I really thought we were just going to pull the electrical out. And you've got wrought iron fencing, a new driveway that was just poured a month ago.
That's a totally different item. The driveway.
No, I'm saying it's in the bid.
You've got driveway inside the fence structure. That's what that is.
Oh, you only did the outside?
You only did the outside for I think it's 7,000 or something like that.
I just know driveway is what was on the last one. So, yeah, you couldn't shave up more than $25,000 off this bid, even if you tried. So it's still high. But there needs to be a serious effort to look at how we're going to gather that money so that at the end of this FY, we can actually start this project and get it done. Because the longer you wait, the worse it's going to get. And every repair costs a substantial amount of money. And when it fails, pump trucks out there doing the work of that lift station are exorbitant. So I don't want to find us in that situation again when the purpose of this district is sanitary sewer?
That's what, yeah, the committee wasn't, I didn't get the impression the committee was saying just do away with this project.
Oh, no,
I
just,
think it was just for right now.
Right. Yeah, I got that.
Postpone and find the money for next year.
Well, we have the money, that's not an issue, the money exists. It's how we choose to spend it, that matters. And, you know, we have a $500,000 that we can dedicate to this project today.
Okay, where am I? Director Flores.
I don't have anything.
Okay, I went through y'all, didn't I? Yes. Okay. That's it, it's just questions, right?
There's no motion.
Yep, okay. Okay.
Oh, I did have one more for her. You're not leaving yet, are you?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I think, Madam President, you should make a motion to table this project until next fiscal year,
Okay,
because we have put it out for bid, we have received bids, and we're holding bid bonds that we need to return, not during the project. So,
okay,
if I can make a formal decision on that, that would be great.
okay, thank you. Director Avila, would you like to make that motion?
You go.
For project.
Okay, motion to table the Hatch wastewater lift station rehabilitation project. I have a second.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. Can we all just, yeah.
Did you include the date on there to vote?
I don't think we have a until date
What's that?
to table it until Mr. Flores asked.
Okay.
Oh, no, well,
Next fiscal.
the key is
Just to,
that we have that motion so that I can return bid bonds and notify the contractors that the district's not going to proceed.
hands?
Did you do electronic bidding? And did you take the
Okay.
bids electronically?
Okay, we're in the middle of a vote. Can we just call the
Oh,
vote,
I thought we were
please?
done, we raised hands.
We did, well, sort of. Did we raise
We
hands?
raised
Did you?
hands.
raise
Yeah,
hands?
it's all four.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Um,
All right.
No, ma'am.
You-
Everybody delivered bids.
They delivered.
Hand-delivered bids.
Okay, agenda item 16, committee assignments. Whose
I believe that was
agenda
mine.
item is this? Okay,
Yeah, I put this on the agenda because I remember last month, Mr. Director Avila had an interest in discussing and kind of working it out between all of us on the committee assignments and the committees that we, I believe Director Fobb had the same interest and I did as well. So I wanted to kind of ask Director Fobb and the Villa, if that's still something that you wanted to do, was kind of do it as a board decision on the assignments of committees.
You're asking me the question?
Yeah, if you wanted to kind of, because I knew you raised
So
that.
I guess my first question is, how long have we been doing where the tradition has been, I guess tradition, right? Because we don't have anything that states,
There's
as far as I know, that states that the president is the one that appoints whoever's going to be part of the committee. Is that correct? Or?
They've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, but is it something in writing that allows the director,
It's just the way it's always
president to do
been done.
that? How long has that been done? Do we know? No?
Years.
Years.
Last 5 years.
Yeah. My concern with that is, sometimes placing people in committees that, really, maybe we might look into skills, background, you really enjoy parks, this is something that you really want to do, and maybe have an open discussion instead of having somebody, appointing a person to a specific committee. Just kind of having an open discussion and making a decision collectively rather than just having one individual deciding where to go or what to do. I think that's much more transparent, and it allows for maybe efficiency of each committee. So that's my comment on that.
Yeah, I just would think that we all need to work together. You know, I'm only on 2 committees, and both of them are with you, Director Avila. So I think it's very important to be able to have this dialogue in an open meeting, to learn how to work together in a subcommittee, in a, what am I trying to say? In a committee. So if we have different people. I think it would help if I'm in the committee with Beth Jones to be able to communicate and talk and work together. I think is very important, so we can do that here as well. You know, I have a lot of strengths that I guarantee you most of you aren't aware of. So, you know, I would like to kind of discuss it and have it amongst all of us to choose who's on what committee. So that's.
Director Jones. Okay, Director Bub.
Yeah, I think, I haven't even seen the committee assignments, I have no idea what they are. That information was not shared. But suffice it to say, I expect it's probably the way it was before. Megan and Beth on Parks, probably Megan and Beth doing DRC because Sage works with them. That's just not the way to do the business. I think if you don't switch it around, you get the same thing you got yesterday, and nothing will ever change. And I think
Different ideas and different opinions.
different ideas, different opinions. Some people have skills that would lend themselves to a committee where others don't. I think that's the way it needs to be done. Just because it was always done by the president assigning those things in the past, that's not a good reason to continue that practice. And I really think that the workload needs to be more evenly divided, to put one person on 7 committees and another on 2. Obviously, there's disparity there, and that is not good for the district. The people who voted for David, the majority, he got the most votes. Obviously, there's people who have confidence in his abilities, and he needs an opportunity to be able to actually do that work for the district. That's my feeling on how this whole committee thing works. I imagine there's some place where I'll go and see who's on what committee. I do know that you and Beth were on bills and invoices. As long as I don't know if that's something that interests you, or it should be based on interest, skills, knowledge, and abilities, if you can bring those to the table. And I think there's a lot of committees that don't even need to be a committee, and I think there's other things that actually do need a committee work, like contracts. There needs to be a contract committee, because they need serious attention. Our contracts need attention. And people need to be looking at that. So that's my thought on committees. I just cannot stress enough, and I hope when you did your open meetings training and your public information training, that you did catch that committees do not make decisions. They are advisory in nature. The board makes decisions. So the way committees are structured now, it appears that committees are making decisions and running the ball all the way to the end. I'm never going to be a fan of that, because there's 5 people that sit on this board.
May I take 2 seconds of your time?
You may.
The hand.
Okay.
You'll have to ask for more.
Can I make one statement?
No, we don't even have a motion on the table.
We're just discussing this.
I know, y'all, it's 11:30. So do we have a motion with respect to this agenda item?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that at the next meeting, we reevaluate the committee assignments and present other options.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second that.
Okay, since we just had discussion, let's Let's vote on that.
Raise your hands if you're in favor. Raise your hands if you're opposed. Ayes have it.
Okay.
Is this work we should do before the next meeting and then bring it in shared?
I don't know. It was your motion.
Okay, I think that's the way we should do it.
Okay. Agenda item 17, committee reports. Let's see, Parks Committee, don't have anything. Information Management Committee, don't have anything. Security Committee.
We do not at this time.
Okay,
So if the Parks Committee doesn't want to speak on something and I had something to present to the Parks Committee or to the board about the parks, is there appropriate time to do that, or how would I go about doing it?
I don't think it's on the agenda. Is that accurate?
That's correct. It's up to the board, though. If it's pertinent to Parks Committee's business, then it's certainly permissible under this agenda, but it's up to the board whether or not you want to give Mr. Flores the floor or not.
Okay, do 3 members of the board want to give Mr. Flores the floor?
Yes, if he has something to talk about in the parks.
Okay, I hear 2. Do we have a third?
Regarding parks,
Mhm.
what is it about parks?
That we don't know.
That's what
He wants,
Trying to-
he
He
wants
wants
to
to
talk
add
about
something to
parks
the-
because it's on the agenda.
But is it a more specific item on parks, or you can go on and on about parks? Is it something specific about parks?
No, it's just an open item.
Then you know what, I will, to save time, and I will email,
Not the committee.
no.
Okay.
Well, we'll discuss it next meeting then.
Okay.
No problem.
Stormwater Management Committee is now part of infrastructure. Infrastructure Committee, we already went over. Deed-Restriction Committee, we already talked about for tonight.
We didn't talk about deed restriction committee.
We talked, this is the committee report. We have agenda item 18, deed restriction enforcement matters. Okay, agenda item 18, deed restriction enforcement matters, including but not limited to ongoing litigation.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Okay,
I move that the litigation against Director Flores for alleged deed violations be non-suited because there are no violations on the property, and the enforcement of unregistered vehicles and unsightly article violations are enforced inconsistently and selectively in the district.
I'll second that motion.
okay. Discussion. Richard Jones.
I have nothing to say right now about that.
Okay, Director Flores.
Yeah, I, kind of a hard thing to talk about. There has been other, properties in the district that have corrected their violations that were on the same list as mine to go into litigation. They corrected, and they are no longer in violation, and their lawsuit, if I believe, was dropped by the last board president. Is that correct? So I am 100% in compliance with everything. There's no violations in my house. So I don't, so yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yes,
I'd like
I'm
3
sorry.
minutes too.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
You go.
Me first?
Go ahead.
In November, the property on Mimosa Pass with an alleged violation had their case dismissed by a decision enacted outside of a public meeting and without a majority vote of the board. The explanation given was that the property owner had acquiesced to the demand to remove the modified shipping container from his backyard. The reason given was that the alleged violation was corrected, so there was no reason to pursue the lawsuit. That is the same case. An alleged violation that wasn't a violation does not exist on the property. I went and looked myself. There are no violations on that property. If that is the measure that was used for a unilateral decision in November to dismiss a lawsuit against a resident, then that same standard of measure needs to be applied to everyone. And this district does not need to waste money on litigation for violations that don't exist. And that is why I make that motion. If that's the standard of measure, then it should apply to everyone. Once the violation is corrected, the lawsuit is non-suited. That happened on Mimosa Pass in November. It should happen on Dayflower Trace today. And then the rest of them would be worth looking at for the same reason. There's no point in running up legal expenses when there are no violations. There aren't any.
Director Avila.
And are we talking about the lawsuit against Director Flores? I mean, I think the resolution is clear as to a series of steps that need to be taken. I'm aware that Director David never brought up an actual appeal to the process, or something was sent out making sure that the corrective actions were made. As of today, is that what has it been done from Director Flores' standpoint? Because I mean, I don't have any facts or evidence to decide should we drop a lawsuit. All I have is what you're saying, and
Which are facts?
Well, are your facts? I need to see like concrete facts. Like, what is it?
What I think will be most appropriate, directors, I don't personally have any updates on any of the cases for the board's discussion tonight, but what I'd recommend is that next month I'll have Mr. Edge available either by teleconference or have him come to the meeting. We'll move the restriction items up to the front of the agenda so y'all can get him off your clock. Y'all can have the discussion with him, status of all the cases that are active litigation, as well as the ones that demand letters have been sent to. He can give you a full scope of where each of those is at, and go over any of the fact questions you have about Mr. Flores' case for any of them. That's the only way I know how to provide that. In the meantime, of course, we can provide you the written documents that are available in the case thus far. Those are obviously already public record. But if there's any other pertinent information, we can provide that before review between now and the next board meeting. And then if you've got any questions, you can direct us to Mr. Edge. That'd be my best suggestion, because I simply just don't have the additional information for you all tonight.
Yeah, I would like to see more of the information before I make any. I need to make an informed decision.
Sure.
And again, I appreciate the fact that you're bringing your facts to the table. My concern is just this kind of blanket approach. If there's no facts here, no there, then my concern is what we're communicating out to the community as to the deed restrictions. Are we really taking this seriously, or is this kind of the? So it's hard for me to make a decision without the proper information at this point. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Call the vote.
Director Jones. Just remind the motion by Ms. Fogg was to dismiss the lawsuit currently pending against Mr. Flores.
Yeah.
Mr. Avila.
Abstain.
Ms. Tudo.
No.
Ms. Fogg.
Yes.
And Mr. Flores.
Yes.
Nays have it. Motion fails.
Okay. Uh, 19, confirm next regular meeting date.
Sounds good.
it's the 15th, February 15th. Okay. Agenda item-
I'd like to make, I'd like to discuss the next meeting date. Has it already been discussed and made? Because I think we have a lot of, these are till midnight, I think if we break them up and we do every other week for a couple months, we can shorten them and get more things done, but I think that we have to weigh it out as an option to, try to get business done. They used to hold 2 meetings in 1 week. I always found that it was unnecessary in 1 week, but to have every other week, I think we should consider for the next 3-4 months till we get our feet wet and kind of, because we are a little slow going in this meeting. Look at the time, so just something to consider.
Was that a formal motion?
Just a statement, thank you.
Okay. Agenda item 20, future agenda items. I trust that we will all send our future agenda items to Mr. Evans. Agenda item 21, motion to adjourn. Okay. Adjourn.